Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hi, everybody. I'm pounding down food. Welcome. Welcome to the Nice Last Call. My name is Eric Melinda. I was just in a car accident, so I apologize. If we're a little slow off the start here. Welcome. And why was I in a car accident, you might ask? Well, someone rear-ended me. But why though? I was doing it for you. What's that, you say? Well, you see, because today we are going to be doing a special first look. We're going to be reviewing Nimble, the box set, which, yes, I know Twitch is not live. I haven't set it up. We have a special first look. Stop distracting me. My dog is wrapped around my cord. Jesus, buddy. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay. We have a special first look because in this particular instance, the author and designer of the game sent us for free, which was really nice of him, his box set. So we're going to be doing a live first look unboxing. So that means we're going to be taking a look at the actual physical product instead of the PDF as normal. Now, if this ends up being a problem and we end up, not being able to really see what we're doing, we have the PDF just in case. However, that means I have to get my top mount camera set up. And unfortunately, my cameras are controlled over Ethernet, over a local local network that I have to set up. And I didn't have any Cat 6 cables that were long enough, so I had to go to Micro Center and I had to buy some Cat 6 cables. On my way home from Micro Center, I pulled into the turning lane, stopped to make my left-hand turn, was waiting for the traffic to clear, and a gentleman came up from behind and rear-ended me. Luckily, there was a officer on the other side of the intersection who was able to observe the accident occurring. They were able to, they were people on the scene really quick, and very quickly they, took down everybody's information. So probably, tomorrow I'm going to have to call their insurance company and file a claim and start that whole process and get 27 trillion calls from attorneys in the next 24 to 48 hours, all asking me if I want to pursue an injury claim. And I'm very familiar with this because, again, for people who don't know this, I worked for a top insurance company, auto insurance company, for about 15 years. And this is basically what I did. I was an analyst, but I worked with claims and I worked with injury claims specifically. And I worked a lot with attorneys. So I know the game. I know how it's played. Hey, speaking of cool designers who send us cool free shit, there is Evan from Nimble. I didn't actually know the name of your company, but apparently it is Nimble. Okay. Now, is the company named after the game, or is the game named after the company? Well, we'll find out. So, welcome. Yeah, we're going to get into it soon enough. Now, luckily, unlike, classic first looks where I ask my Patreon, hey, Patreon, let's do a first look, where Derek's going to sit down maybe for a few hours, and he's going to flip through a book. And then inevitably, my patrons submit some idea and some game, and everybody votes for it, and it's like 750 pages long. And it's like, guys, what are we doing here? Number one, that's going to be 6 hours. Maybe they do that for a reason. But also, like, what are the chances that we're going to be able to actually get through all of this? Well, today we're in luck because Nimble is not 750 pages. One would hope, being called Nimble, it would be fairly nimble and light. So we're going to get into it. Judging from the size of the box, I don't think it's going to be too thick, but we remain to be surprised. So I don't know why my dog must sense or something. That he's like, something happened to you, Dad. He's like just like sitting on my feet. Hi, buddy. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get into that today, and that's gonna be it. So yeah, what is up? I could use the good vibes. Sorry about the fender bender. It happens. That's why they call them accidents. Let's see here. Roll for Combat is waiting for his flight. Car accident. Wow, you just have my luck this week. Yeah, so for those of you who are keeping track at home, I lost my studio, had a house fire, got denied by my home insurance, got screwed over by my HOA, had a panic attack in Vegas and went to the ER, a second time at home, got diagnosed with panic disorder. Dad went to the hospital, took in 2 foster dogs temporarily that turned into 3 months. My dog attacked the 90-pound foster dog, which required an emergency room visit and expenditure of many thousands of dollars. That night, my dad died, and then a week later, I got laid off from my job, and now I've been in a car accident. So this is now that's not potentially 2025. That's not 2025. That's 2024 into 2025. But all in all, it's been a pretty bad 12 months. But there we go. But I did get to hang out with Mr. Steven Glicker a bunch, so it balances out. I might want to skip skydiving. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip that. Now, again, with first looks, especially since I have a physical product, I'm going to be looking down a lot. So again, if you really want to grab my attention, that's why I keep these bad boys on. Super chats and tips come through. I've said it before. I've said it again. I'm happy to accept any and all donations. I'm very grateful of them. And of course, now that I'm in a situation where I'm relying on YouTube channel for my income, and by that I should say tips and my Patreon, because I make no money from YouTube. So by all means, I really appreciate any support and love that you can give me. Now, we do have a tip goal, which is DTX Support Fund, which we will get into the details of potentially as we dive in here to this. So here we go. We're gonna get into it here. It should be all right. Yeah, this is our new top-down camera. Now, again, one of the things that I had to change is how I can change the focus racking and zoom of this. So again, let me know if you guys don't think it's clear or bright enough. I can change those factors right live and on the fly. So we can make it a little bit brighter. That's too bright, obviously. So we'll keep it like this. So here we go. Nimble, a fast tactical TTRPG, and we've got a box set here. So chunky, pretty thick. Retails now. Look, respect. I am not going to complain because I say all the time on this channel, and I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. Although in this case I didn't because somebody sent it to me. But the box set, now, to be fair, this is a premium product. I'm sure it's not the only entry product. But it is $150. And one of the things I've always said before is RPGs are woefully underrated. So, it's a little pricey box, but you know what? I think I'm good for that. I think I'm good for that. What's up, Dr. D Hart? Thank you so much for becoming a sponsor, respubbing for 6 months. Playing Dragon Tide right now. That's our Dragonbane Mecha game. We'll have to catch up later. The stream looks good. Thank you, Dr. D Hart. Really appreciate that, and I think that's awesome that you're in there. So thank you, Dr. D Hart, for the resub. This, I think, is it looks, so here's what we're getting. Well, we'll get into it, but, it contains everything that you need. It contains 3 hardcover books. It contains a map. It contains a GM screen. It contains 100 cards. So again, I think that is a fair price to pay for this product. Now, a little bit of clarification for your sake and for mine. It is my understanding that Nimble was originally a small document detailing a series of house rules for 5th edition D&D. That then progressed to a Kickstarter, which then escalated to this product that you see in front of you. Nimble is its own game. However, we have this sticker here. Is it a sticker or is it printed? No, it looks like it's actually physically printed onto the book, which says it is 5e compatible. And that is what I want to dig into, especially tonight. Hey, thank you, Edward.
Tipped $50. Sad I can't watch live. Darn this Dragontide thing. I'm so happy to see you getting to Nimble too. I hope you and your car are okay. It was really great to be a small part of this game's development.
Ooh.
Evan and all the Nimble fans are amazing.
Edward, Edward spoke very highly of Evan, the team, the community, and of course, we love to shout out the indie developers here in any way we can. So thank you, Edward, for getting this, helping get this rolling. And thank you, of course, so much for the tip. And don't you dare apologize for this darn Dragontide thing. Did you see what happens if you guys don't complete the Withering? Every 3 weeks is a season in our Dragontide mega game, and right now there is a plague going on called the Withering, and if they fail to complete that, the campaign ends, early. We just end the game. So Edward's putting in some good work, I hope, to try to get that resolved. But thank you, Edward. Dane, hey, welcome, Dane. I think you're new here. I don't recognize the name. Shout out to Elder Goblin Games, whose review convinced me to buy this and helped lead me here to watch this live. Really looking forward to this RPG. Hey, shout out to Elder Goblin Games. That's fantastic. Yeah, I'm a little late to the boat here. Someone brought up this game while we were doing a live stream long time ago when it was kickstarting, and I opened it up. So this is literally the only thing I know about the game. I opened up the Kickstarter, however long ago that was. And I remember reading through sort of the snippets, and I said, "Oh, cool, no attack roll, so auto damage." And obviously, we know our, our into the odd, and I gotta reorganize my freaking book things here. But I was looking for, I think actually I think it's in my car, but Mythic Bastion Land and all those games that kind of got rid of the attack roll. So. But yeah, I do have a link to the Nimble site so that if you want to pick up the game, it is not available on Drive-Thru-RPG. So no kickbacks for Derek, but that's okay because I didn't actually have to buy this one. Where is my Into the Odd? You know what? It is so odd that I can't find my Into the Odd. Who knows where it went? All right. Hey, look at that. We've got a bunch of people. Looks like Jonas just dropped 5 gift memberships, so we're going to be getting some strong people here. Jonas, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Shout out to everybody who's going to have a cool loyalty badge and extra emojis. We'll let that kind of run there for a moment. That was a sick little train. Shout out. All right, is that all you have to say, Smog? Okay, thank you. Oh, Chrono. All right, well, that is going to be our 5 memberships from Jonas. Thank you so much, Jonas. I really appreciate that. That was very, very, very nice of you, and I really appreciate you doing that. And then we got a super chat from FL4G. Thanks for reviewing this. I love Nimble, and I'm excited to hear your thoughts. I agree that 5e compatibility is a bit of a stretch for the proper Nimble game. All the best from Australia. Thank you for the 10 Australian dollars, FL4G. I really appreciate you, and thank you so much for that. Thank you, by the way, everybody, for the support. So it says 5e compatible, and you know what? We're going to get into it, and I asked a poll the other day to my patrons and to my YouTube followers, but what does 5e compatible even mean? And yes, that question was prefaced by this box. But it was also because of this idea that for those of you who may not know, I ran a 5e campaign a couple years ago, and we jokingly called it 5e compatible. But in reality, I hacked this game to the point. Well, I created a completely separate game, basically, really more based off of BX D&D than anything else. And then when we sat down to play, yes, it was also partially based off of Final Fantasy 1. It was based off of Torchbearer. It was based off a bunch of games. But then when we sat down to play, my buddy Smith was like, "Oh, come on, man! I thought we were going to play 5th edition D&D because we were playing B2, Keep on the Borderlands." And I was like, "He's like, oh man, I wanted to take feats and level up." And I went, "All right, fine." So we just jammed somehow 5e into that, and I joked about whether or not that game was 5e. However, the truth of the matter is, I think if you want to be successful, and unless you're a very, very lucky son of a bitch, I think to be successful, you kind of need this sticker. Now, what does this mean? We'll find out. But let's start with the box. Beautiful box, beautiful cover art. It's a really cool looking monster. It looks like almost something like recognizable, but also different at the same time, which is pretty cool. So I'm a big fan. So let's open up and see what we get. All right. Ooh, we got a ribbon so we can lift out our books. That's smart. Okay, we've got a bunch of stuff here. All right. Well, as noted, we've got 3 books. We've got a core rules book. Turn down my. We've got a core rules book, which is looks like it's about 55 pages long. If you're familiar with the OSE box set, the Old School Essentials box set, and some of the books that come in there, it's got a very similar feel and size. Feels good in the hands, digest size. We have a much thicker, not that much thicker, I should say, Heroes book. So it looks like we've got our core rules here, 50 pages, and then we've got 80-some pages here of classes for our heroes. And then lastly, the thickest book of all of them is a Game Master's Guide. Now, again, I think the art here on all of these is really, really cool. We got a repeat of the box cover art, but there's a fun fantasy illustration style to this. It looks, familiar and different all at the same time. I'm a big fan. Then we get this cool Game Master screen, the full layout, 5 panels, which is neat. So it's a bigger screen. And what do we got here? We've got information on how much gold you need per level. Oh, sorry. It's how much you give gold per level. I got really excited there for a second. Healing check, potions, skill checks, conditions. Looks like we've got most of your standard 5e type conditions here. We've got, blind, bloodied, dazed, hampered. Okay, there's a couple new ones here. There's a chaos table, a short, quick monster builder, a list of quick NPCs. So, okay, cool. And then we have some standard size playing cards for what look to be spells. And perhaps also some equipment. And then we have some slightly larger size, not quite tarot size, but definitely larger. Oh, look at that. Shiny sticker. With, looks like maybe monsters, or maybe these are pre-gens, actually. I'm not sure. Well, probably a monster. So it looks like these are monster cards, which is cool. I like the size and form factor of this. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll probably get to the cards here in a little bit. So let's take a look at the core rules to Nimble. So for starters, right here in the opening pages of the book, we get, let me turn down this a little bit. We get this if I can zoom in a bit more. There we go. We get quick start rules, which are pretty much the whole game. So in combat, heroes get 3 actions. You recharge them at the end of your turn. Common actions include attack. You roll a die. You deal that much damage. A 1 is a miss. Rolling the maximum is a crit. Can we zoom in? I did just zoom in. I can zoom in more, I guess. Let's see here. The power of 8K compels you. So there we go. We got attacking, moving, assessing, defending, interposing, enhance. So, okay, there's a couple things here. I mean, we're through the quick start here, but roll a dice. You could still technically miss with a 1, but you can move. You can assess, which lets you gain an edge. You can defend, reduce damage when attacked, and you can interpose. So this is a combination action and reaction system. It's 3 actions that look like you can get back at the end of your turn. And for those of you who, obviously we talk at length about this. I'm a big fan of reactions. I've used them in my games for a very long time, going back even to 3rd edition and Pathfinder 1. And when 13th Age came out, I stole their interpose rules and used those as reactions as well. So there's some fun stuff here, but it doesn't look like it's too overly complicated. You lose hit points when you're damaged. You drop to 0 if you're dying, or you're dying. When you're dying, you can still act. So again, one of the things I, commonly complain about is I don't like having people get, like taken out of the game, stunning, just laying there unconscious. So potentially, I think that's pretty cool. Now you're still at risk of injury and death, but I like that you're down, but you're not out. So we'll see what that can do. Skills are just D20 plus modifier. Okay, interesting. So we bring back the D20. So, we have hit points. That's 5e. We have a D20 for skills. Okay. 20 succeeds, 1 fails. Saves. Looks like we have a 4-stat system. Strength, Dex, Int, Will. Each class has 1 save that they are good at and 1 that they are bad at. Okay. Resting. Oh, okay. So, again, for those of you who are familiar with my channel and with my Patreon, when I ran a 5e game, now there's nothing revolutionary about this, by the way. This is really just an optional rule from 5th edition. Now, I don't know 5th edition. I'll be the first to admit this. But when we ran Dungeon Time Extreme, which was the name of our 5e game, I basically used a rule that made I added a lot of house rules. But one of the rules I used is that basically a long rest was like a week long and had to be in town. They were doing a dungeon delving game. We were playing B2, the Caves of Chaos. And I really didn't want them to be able to just, spend a night and recover all their hit points. And I wanted them to have to leave the dungeon proper, travel back to the keep, be in secure soundings, and then recover this. And we kind of see a shade of this here. So we kind of get a little bit of a, 4th edition style short rest, where you can expend your hit dice after only 10 minutes instead of an hour, which is the standard rule. And you can expand any number of hit dice 1 at a time, roll them, and add your strength. So strength is doing double duty as constitution here, and you regain that many hit points. So right off the bat, I like this rule because I like 4th edition. I might have even made this 5 minutes instead of 10 minutes. But I don't like 1 hour for the short rest is very awkward for me. And it's actually something that I dislike about 5th edition. I like this rule a lot better. Now, because we liked Torchbearer, when we played 5th edition, we introduced a literal camping phase, which in Torchbearer is an entire subsystem of the game. But here is where you would normally call this a long rest, right? You have 8 hours, sleep, food. In this case, you can get the max hit die from each of your hit dice that you would roll instead of rolling. So it's a better heal, but in order to get that, you have to actually do what we would normally consider a long rest. Lastly, only in a safe rest, such as lodging at an inn. Camping in the open wilderness or in a dungeon is not safe rest. And only then do you recover all your hit points, your hit dice, your mana, and heal a wound. So right off the rip, I love these resting rules. I think these are great. Big fan. For dungeon delving and for pacing and for tension building in general. And then we see this assess ability, which we saw was one of the actions that you can take in combat. And basically, you make a DC 12 check, and you can ask about your opponent. The GM will answer honestly, so we kind of have a little bit of shades of PBTA here. You can also use it to basically be a generic for those of us who are fans of Fate, right? We can kind of see shades here of create an advantage. So you can basically you can create an opening, which will let you, the next die you roll gets you increased, whatever that means, but we'll get to this. And lastly, you can anticipate danger. Reduce all dice rolled against you by 1 this round. So you can use it kind of offensively or defensively. So I love that they've basically summarized what appear to be the quick start rules on the opening page of the book. And then, you know what, for funsies, here on the back page and the back cover, we get all the rules for armor, how much it costs and what it provides. We get information for shields, and we get information for our melee weapons and for our ranged weapons. So this is all great. Okay. Pretty cool. I love, again, I think the art style here is fun without being too jokey. And I'm a big fan of it. You know, like it's got kind of a a wistfulness to it, and I appreciate it. So let's see what this was inspired by. Shout out to Evan Diaz, the creator, and for sending this over to me. We got D&D's 5th edition. Cool. Paizo's Pathfinder 2nd edition. Mouse Ritter. Into the Odd. Knave. The Dungeon Coach's DC 20. Tale of the Valiant. Cairn. House DM, Matt Colville, and many other long-forgotten sources. So basically, you know, some of these, obviously, Into the Odd, Mouse Ritter, Knave, right? Those are, and, are all kind of, and Karn are all kind of, sort of relatively the same inspiration source, which is where this idea of auto damage comes from. And of course, now, Draw Steel does this. So shout out to this. All right, so for our table of contents, we start with how to be a good player. Very cool. Our core rules: combat, resting, ancestries, equipment, spells, and optional rules. So that's it. That's it for the equipment. I like that there's a QR code to get video and digital downloads. Fact, we don't need to take up a ton of space in this room. Keep it light. I love the layout. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so that you guys can see this a little bit better. So, I love the look of the layout here, the art. I think it looks great. Very, very good. This is a very cool, you see the town, and then in the foreground, you have the Gnoll Raiders. You guys know I love Gnolls, one of my favorite humanoid monsters. This is basically saying, like, look, this is good. And this is a good looking Gnoll. I love the art of it. It looks ferocious. It's got all the right Gnoll benchmarks. I'm a fan. So I love this art. So again, I love that they start here with this kind of like, hey, this is what you should be doing for your game. And if you're new to TTRPGs, maybe use a pre-gen, start at level 1. If you're experienced, create your own. If you have questions, follow this. Good stuff. We had a super chat from Sorrel. Had the books for a bit now, but haven't had a chance to dig in. Well, we're doing it tonight, Sorrel, so thank you so much for that. Hopefully you won't be disappointed. Real quick, great advice. I love that there's a how to be a good player. Be heroic, aka what I say, right? I would call this drive it like you stole it. Reluctant antisocial loners bring down everyone's fun. Create a hero eager to dive into adventure. Good stuff. Pay attention. Ask questions. Take notes. Be creative. Embrace failure. I think I just released a video called Embrace Failure, or how to learn to love failure, I think is what I call it. Respect everyone else's time. Swift, suboptimal decisions are better than slow, optimal decisions. Share the spotlight. Treat the world realistically. Describe your actions, not your mechanics. Never say your move is what PBTA would teach us. And be gracious to the GM, including bringing snacks, which is a great thing. Again, I've told the story about how in one of our third edition campaigns, everyone made it to level 20, except for the barbarian who made it to level 21, because every time he brought snacks, I gave him a little bit of XP. And over the course of 20 levels of D&D, by the time we reached 20th level, he reached 21st level. So, no good deed goes unforgotten. Yeah, the fact that it's in bold, top notch. Akamos. I'm starting the stream from the beginning, but using my phenomenal psychic powers to send this message into the future. Thank you, Ikamos. I really appreciate it. Indeed, you are in the future. Dane, is there any sort of quick start here location? Well, I don't know. This is the book on the core rules. I would imagine that would be something that might be in the Game Master Guide. But it does look like, there might be something available here. Oh, here we go. The adventure included in the GM's guide is designed to introduce you to the rules as you play. So it looks like the Game Master Guide will have some sort of basically not just an intro adventure, but kind of like Fabula Ultima's Press Start, right, where it actually kind of teaches you the rules as we go through it. Again, very clean layout, nice piece of art, good solid font. Just a little bit of frills in the corner. A little bit of without the copious amount of vomitous border edging that we see. Paizo. Bold side, color-coded sidebars where we need it. It's a little bit of a texture to the print. 2 columns. Yeah. Okay, stats. Now, to be clear, by the way, I just want to bring this up. When I did my Patreon poll, let me bring up my Patreon poll just so we can get it right here. When I did my Patreon poll, I said to my patrons, what does 5e compatible mean to you? And the number one vote was, let me see if I can bring this up real quick here. Here we go. Okay. The number one vote was core mechanics, right? So basically, if the game uses some sort of hit points, proficiency bonus of some type, you're good at a skill or you're not good at a skill, you're good at a weapon, you're not good at a weapon, advantage, disadvantage. If it's tied to the core mechanic, they said that would be 5e compatible. And by the way, you could vote for multiple things in this poll. This is what do you consider to be mandatory? We also had, in second place, which you would expect, is D20 plus modifier versus DCs. And then it kind of drops off. You can see third place was 6 stats. And so right off the bat, we can see that this game does not have 6 stats. And by the way, the idea is, obviously all games have monsters, right? Daggerheart has monsters. The idea is, for a game to be 5e compatible, you would vote monsters if you could pick up a third-party book, say Battle Zoo Bestiary, of 5e monsters. And if you can't run those monsters in a game, can that game still call itself 5e compatible? And again, you can see that, and again, people could vote for multiple things here. So while 30 people voted for core advantage, a third of those people, a third as many, said that monsters. Classes and subclasses. Again, can you take a class from a 5e book, a 3e, third-party publishing book? Can you run that class in the game? Then we get to cyclical turn-based initiative, a list of skills, published adventure modules, slot-based spellcasting systems, 5e-based grid, 5-foot-based grid, feats, races, magical items, D&D Beyond. And people were pretty, forgiving. They basically said, as long as you're using D20 plus modifier and you're using some of the core concepts of proficiency and hit points, that's pretty much what people consider to be 5e compatible. So I guess the term and definition is a pretty broad one, because here we have 4 stats: strength, dexterity, intelligence, and willpower. So no charisma, no constitution. Will kind of picks up the slack from charisma, and strength picks up the slack from constitution. And then we do have a list of skills, though, right? So it seems like as long as you reach some certain critical mass, enough people will consider it to be 5e compatible. And pay attention, because at the end of this, I'm going to ask the question to you. Do we consider Nimble truly 5e compatible? So right off the rip, now see, there's kind of some advantage, right? So like our monsters don't, like if I were to use a monster from, say, a Battles of Bestiary book, it doesn't have a will stat, but it does have a wisdom. Can I just use that in its place, right? It's interesting that strength is still called strength, but wisdom has been replaced with will. Anyways, skills. We have arcana, examination, finesse, influence, insight, might, lore, naturecraft, perception, and stealth. So it looks like we have 1 strength skill. We have 2 dexterity-based skills. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 willpower or will-based skills. And 1, 2, 3 intelligence-based skills. So obviously the mental stats get more skills assigned to them. All right, skill DCs. Roll a d20 and add your skill bonus. The maximum bonus a skill can ever have is plus 12. If it meets or exceeds, you win. You succeed. A roll of 1 always fails. A roll of 20 always succeeds. 8, 12, 15, 18, 20. You can also use these for saves. Strength saves, dex saves, int saves, and will saves. So there's very similar here to 5e as well. Unless otherwise noted, the DC for a hero if a hero creates an effect, it is 10 plus their key stat. When making saves, they have 1 advantage save, 1 disadvantage save, and 2 neutral saves, which I am assuming based on their class. We also have pretty standard sizes here. I like the little art piece in the corner. So let's get into advantage and disadvantage. If you're ever in a favorable situation, the GM will allow you to roll with advantage. Remember, the number one thing that my patrons voted was that it had to have advantage and disadvantage. It had to have hit points, D20 plus modifier. So far, we're checking all of the boxes here. So if you're ever in a situation, the GM may allow you to roll with advantage. Roll 1 additional type of that die and remove the lowest. If it's grim, you may roll with disadvantage, removing the highest. If you have multiple instances of advantage and disadvantage, roll an extra die and remove the lowest or the highest. Each instance of advantage cancels out 1 instance of disadvantage. So it's not all or nothing. If you have double advantage, you can that is the thing here. So, which I think is a pretty common house rule. Now, obviously, we can see here that we're rolling advantage with D6s, which is not what we're usually used to. But obviously, we already know from the quick start rules that we don't have an attack roll. So while skills use D20 versus a DC, we don't have that paradigm for our combat. But we can still have an advantaged attack roll, which is going to let us roll, let's say our attack roll or our damage roll in its combat is a D6. We might roll, so here we go. A great axe does 2D6. With advantage, you roll 1 additional die and remove the lowest. So, we rolled a 1 and a 5. We can get rid of the 1 and we can take the 5 and the 4, right? So, very cool. Now, what's interesting here is it says that if you here's a great axe with disadvantage. 2. So we're rolling 4 dice, and we're dropping the 2 highest. Roll 2 additional dice, remove the 2 highest. If there's a tie, always remove dice from left to right. So we don't get to remove these 2. We remove this one and then this one. And since we rolled a 1, it is a miss. Okay, hit points and dying. Again, hit points were part of the math here. When reduced to 0 hit points, you gain a wound. You also become dying. While dying, you only get 1 action. Okay, I think that's fair. Your concentration is broken, and you are at risk of further harm. If you attack or you cast a spell, you take an additional wound, unless you make a DC 10 strength save. If you take damage while you're dying, you take 2 wounds, and a crit is 3 wounds instead. Wounds are serious injuries that you have taken. They are a long-term gauge of how close you are to death. HP might be able to be recovered quickly, but wounds take many days of resting. I absolutely love that. I think it's a great system without getting into the nitty-gritty like some games do, say, Dragonbane or Forbidden Lands, where we're actually tracking broken arm, cracked ribs, concussion from blunt force trauma to the head. Just saying, by the way, if I do pass out in the middle of this stream, somebody call 911. So I like that. This is a very cool system. Seems like it would work very well. And this idea that we kind of have 2 scales of resources. We have sort of hit points, which become more of a short-term resource in a sense, and wounds, which are much more difficult and problematic to recover from them. In fact, you usually only recover 1 wound per safe rest. So if you accumulate multiple wounds, you're going to have to safe rest for a while. Now, it'll be interesting to see what, if any, effect wounds have. Is there some sort of death spiral situation? I'm going to guess not, but we'll find out. You die when you have 6 wounds. There you go. Temporary HP is a thing. Hit dice are our ability to regain hit points. There's a little sidebar here for gritty rules. Instead, you can reduce the max number of wounds a player have. If you want to have a more lethal game, you could reduce it all the way down to 1 or 2. As soon as you become wounded, if you made wounded 1 die, then when your character goes to 0, you take a wound and you would be dead immediately. So that would be the thing. Now, so here we see it. You can also have each wound improve a cumulative penalty on rolls if you're really glutton for punishment. So the baseline mechanic is this is not a death spiral. It's just track it, and when you get to 6, you're dead. If you want to be grittier, you can have a death spiral mechanic where each wound makes you less able to perform, thus, in theory, making it more likely that you are going to, take future wounds. A character's range is 6. If you're playing on a grid or hexagons, thumbs up to hexagons, they could travel about 6 squares. Additionally, alternatively, it's about, the distance between your pinky and your thumb. Range is melee if they're adjacent to you. And long range, you can gain disadvantage to gain +2 to range on a ranged attack. We got some rules here for falling and being forced through movement. D6 damage if you get slammed into an obstacle or the like. Concentration is a thing. If you get critically hit, then you have to make a DC 10 strength check. It also breaks when you go to 0. Cover. They pose disadvantage on attacks. Grappling. They got to be smaller or the same size as you. If they're larger than you, you gain the riding condition. And here's a bunch of conditions in the game. We've got bloodied. I don't know if that, we'll see how that gets referenced. Okay. So that's it. That's basically. Heroic actions. So here's where, now, to be fair, so far we've been kind of, pretty, pretty cool here. But, obviously there's some things here that aren't in 5th edition. Bloodied, I don't think is in a 5th edition. If we're riding, you move with the creature you are riding. Any attacks that miss you strike your mount. Slowed makes your speed halved. Taunted gives you disadvantage on your attacks unless you're attacking the person who taunted you. If you have any amount of wounds, you're wounded. I don't see stunned, which is good, although I do see incapacitated. You can't do anything. We'll see where that gets into. So here's combat. On your turn, you get 3 actions. You can use them to move, attack, cast spells. Doing anything costs an action. However, some very strong spells or special abilities may take more time and may take more actions. They recharge at the end of your turn, so there's no need to save them. But again, the idea is if you're spending them to do things when it's not your turn, when your turn does come up, you're going to have less actions available. And I think, generally speaking, I prefer this model. If you're going to have a shared action pool system that you're going to use and split between what I'll call active actions and reactive actions, if you're going to have that be a shared pool, I like the idea of them resetting at the end of your turn. That way you make sure that the player is always going to have them available to do them as reactions, knowing that if they do choose to use them up for reactions, they are going to have less actions available on when their turn comes around, and they're going to basically not be able to, double dip, which I like. Okay, attack is anything that spell or ability that causes harm. You roll the dice listed. However, if you roll a 1, you miss, and the attacks have no effects. For attacks which roll multiple dice, the leftmost die is called the primary die, and it determines whether the attack is a hit or a miss. Interesting. So what does this mean? Well, I mean, we'll get into, we can cut to the end. Okay, so it means, interestingly, that, right, a great maul is much like, I'm just reacting here. There may be rules, but it means that a great maul is more accurate than a dagger, right? Because a dagger is going to miss 25% of the time, and a great maul is only going to miss, 8.5% of the time. We'll see if we get into this, but that was one of the first sort of reactions that I had, but we'll see. However, if you roll the maximum on the primary die, you crit, and it's an exploding dice. So if you crit on the max die, you roll a die, and you add that result. Repeat this each time until you roll the maximum. There is no limit. And crits ignore monster armor. So, number one, who doesn't love a good exploding die? Which is great. So I do love that. But it is interesting because it means that your great maul is also not going to crit very much, but your dagger will. Interesting. A hero may we have multiple attack penalty from Pathfinder 2. We did have Pathfinder listed as one of the inspirations. A hero may attack more than once on their turn, but these additional attacks are rushed, imposing cumulative disadvantage for each additional attack, increasing the chance to miss and lowering the average damage for a subsequent attack. So there you go. Map attack. Map attack, it's back. Casting a spell requires you to have a hand free. A spell's mana cost is equal to its spell tier. So it looks like we're going to have some sort of MP system here. Some spells have a greater effect for each additional mana. We call this upcasting. A hero can upcast a spell only to the tier that they have unlocked. They can move, and if you go through difficult terrain, it's halved. Here's that accessibility. Again, DC 12. Choose a skill that feels appropriate, and ask a question, create that opening, or anticipate danger. And again, it says which skill to use. For example, you might create an opening with might by, describing you pushing them out of the way, punching them and disrupting them. Or alternatively, maybe you create an opening with finesse, right? You duck, dodge, dip, dive around the monster and create your opportunity that way, which is really cool. Monsters are smart. You cannot assess using the same skill more than once in a single encounter. So this kind of keeps us from just skill spamming over and over again. It's a nice, clever way of doing it. They add a little bit of a diegetic here so it doesn't feel completely gamist, why it's like, monsters are smart and they will adapt to your tactics. So I like this. Okay. Here are our heroic reactions. This is really cool. These cost 1 action, and they're performed when they're not your turn. Now, my general rule of thumb is when you have off-turn reactions, generally, I prefer them to be 1, to not really involve dice rolls or checks, 2, to not be disruptive to the player whose turn they are. So we'll see how these rank up. Defend. Reduce the damage from any single attack by your armor whenever you use this reaction. Okay, so your armor, by default, doesn't do anything. Interesting. Interesting. So we see here on the back of the thing, we got armor. Armor represents your ability to dodge or block damage when you use the defend reaction. While unarmored or wearing clothes, it's equal to your dex. Interesting. This seems really high. 22. It's interesting that we're absorbing damage, but we're adding our dex. It's interesting. As an optional rule for additional defensive flexibility, defend. Instead of adding your shield's armor to your total armor as normal, you may reduce the damage of an attack by your shield's armor value for free once per round. That's a cool little, neat little room. So this is really interesting. So armor itself does not do anything unless you have you're going to spend reactions to do it. That's very bold, and I kind of like it. All right, interpose. If a creature's within 2 spaces of you, and they would be attacked, you can push them out of the way and become the target of their attack. You enter their space and move them to an adjacent space of your choice. And yes, you can interpose and defend if you have enough reactions. A hero can perform each reaction no more than once per round. So you can only use your armor once per round. So that actual special bonus of the shield is actually, the deflect rule is actually really cool. Okay, so you can't just defend, 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 defend. Okay. Opportunity attack. It's a melee attack made with disadvantage if a monster moves away. Monsters do not make opportunity attacks, only heroes can. And lastly, help, which grants an ally an advantage roll if you could reasonably explain how you may help. The GM may call for a skill check or just grant it automatically, depending on how good it does. Help, as a heroic reaction, is a great way to bring in teamwork, role-playing, and creativity into an encounter. Did your buddy fail? Maybe not. Think quickly and see if you can help them succeed. Now, that's interesting because that sidebar makes it sound like you can help after the roll. And to be very clear, I actually prefer people being able to help after the roll. But I'm not really sure what the timing is on these reactions. Like, do I defend after the monster makes their roll? Or do I have to declare it beforehand? Same thing with interpose. If my ally gets hit, do I then say I'm going to interpose and make myself the target of the defense? I'm a big fan of doing things after the roll, generally, because I think that, number one, it's less disruptive to the order of play. You know, we could get into the details of this, but basically, when it's someone else's turn, I don't want them to have to be like, hey, I'm going to attack, and somebody says, blah blah. But here we go. Look, this is the advantage of the internet, people. The author is here, and Evan says, yes, you defend, interpose, or help after the roll. And you know what? To that, I say,
I am strong.
Very good. Cheers. That's great. Correct. I mean, there is language that made me feel that way, especially this sidebar. I absolutely love that because if I'm using up my actions, I'm only going to do them to make a difference. We've gone on at length about this, but for me, and by the way, a lot of games do this. For me, it's very frustrating when you decide to take your turn or part of your turn and you help your ally and you give them a bonus. You know, in Pathfinder 2, you would give them an aid bonus. And then they roll really high and they would have succeeded anyways. And usually they don't mean to be a jerk, but usually your PC, you know, your fellow PC that you're aiding or some other person at the table would go, oh, they would have succeeded anyways. You know, they usually say it and they don't mean to say it, but they're actually, it makes you feel bad because it makes you feel, and you wasted your turn. And I'm imagining a world where, you know, your buddy, the mage, is about to get attacked and your cool, heavily armored warrior goes, no, I interpose, and you fly over and they miss anyways. And the wizard goes, they would have missed anyways. Or worse, the GM goes to attack your wizard buddy, and maybe you're not paying attention, and maybe the GM is just really quick with the dice throw, and the dice have already been cast, and you go, oh, no, I was totally going to protect the wizard. And it's like, yeah, that's a feel-bad moment. But then also, as a GM, I don't want to have to constantly be checking every single time I'm attacking. Okay, the orc barrels through the doorway. He snarls. Okay, is anybody interposing? No. Okay, wizard, I'm attacking. Wizard, are you defending? Wizard, have you made your choice to defend? Right? It breaks up the flow, right? I just like go, and then let the players make a meaningful choice after the fact. So I'm going to go ahead and give this whole section here a 10 out of 10. Actually, I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10 because the opportunity attack still involves a dice roll, but you kind of have to because it's made with damage. You could do this where it's just a flat damage amount, and that way you avoid the attack roll entirely. But you know, I'll forgive the grace. I'll give some grace. The other three obviously are great because they only happen if they are needed, and I really appreciate that. And they happen after the roll. Nimble says, or Evan says, make sure you check out the creator's kit. All right, we'll do. Monsters. Monsters are usually unarmored, but some might have medium armor. They take damage from only the dice rolled. They ignore the damage modifiers. Monsters with heavy armor take half damage. So basically, right, we don't have ACs. The party always hits unless they roll a 1. Most of the time, monsters take the full damage. If they have medium armor, they only take the dice damage, not any bonus damage, say from high might or something. And then heavy armor is half the dice. Crits and damage vulnerabilities ignore armor. This means that different heroes and different weapon spells and abilities will be more and less effective against various kind of armor. Obviously, this is very Fabula Ultima coded. You know, I love Daggerheart, but one of the things I actually think that is missing from the game is they only have 2 damage types, physical and magical. It's 2025. I think we can handle more damage types than that. So I'm a big fan. I don't think we need 17 damage types, but I think having, you know, 5 to 8 is totally acceptable. And I think this is a really cool way to express that and to reward the players for targeting those damage vulnerabilities, which is great. Not to mention crits feel cool. I mean, you're not only exploding your damage, but you're also ignoring your armor. So great rule. Also, as a side note, to crit, you have to roll the max number on your dice, which basically means, and you're going to have an exploding dice. Now, you could roll the maximum value on your die and then immediately roll a 1. So your crit did max damage plus 1. But at least your crit will always do max damage plus 1 and ignore armor, right? One of the worst feelings, we've all been there, is when someone crits and you're really excited and you get double damage and you roll worse, like way worse than even your average dice roll. And you're like, how is that a critical hit? It's completely just a drain on everything. It's just such a feels bad moment that we're priced into. So this is a much better system, and I like it. Minions. These are weak enemies that die from any amount of damage. We love minions here. They move and attacks at the same time, cannot crit, and their feeble attacks can be defended as if it were a single attack. So I was like, minions are weak enemies. They die from any amount of damage. They move and attack at the same time. They cannot crit, which is, I actually like that rule. Their feeble attacks can be defended against as if it were from a single attack. So when you combine all their attacks, one defense can be used against all of them. Dealing a large amount of damage to a minion can, and at the GM's discretion, overflow into minions within range. These are like all the best minion rules put into one. I like that they can't crit. I like that we can defend against all their attacks at once. Plus, I don't exactly know how this system is going to work, but I have a theory about how I would make it work, and I really like this rule for minions. Again, I have some problems with the Daggerheart minions, actually. And I also love that they included an overflow, which is fantastic. Clopster Roll with a massive super chat. I never got an answer if I can use these chats to move things up the first look queue. Absolutely you can, Clopster Roll. I don't know exactly what the price is, but it's probably about, you know, I don't know. You need a gold ticket to do it normally. That normally costs $50 a month. So I would say for $78, you can absolutely add a thing to the queue and put it in first place, or you can take an existing one and put it to first place and then add a new one to the bottom of the queue. So you get your choice. Does this game have banana damage? We will find out if it has banana damage. So heroic reactions, 9 out of 10. Monsters in armor, 10 out of 10. Maybe having the dice is a little bit awkward. I don't know if there's a better way to do that, but minions look to be like a great rule. We'll get to there. Does the discretion of the overflow feel weird here? I guess rules for overflow are always annoying, though. I think the key here is rather than get super fiddly about it and like worry about like, well, how many are within range and how many are here and how many are there? I think it's just one of those things where it's just you kind of go with the fiction and you kind of go with the feel and the flow. And I actually think it's probably okay. That being said, if you wanted to include some of like the more Daggerheart or whatever, you know, Flea Mortals type rules where, you know, minions have a set amount and for each point that you exceed that, another minion dies, I don't think you could be faulted for doing that as well. But we'll see if they have specific rules for that. Sebastian wants to know, what the fuck is banana damage? Fabula Ultima has 8 core damage types. One of them is air damage. You know, it's very JRPG coded. And the image, the icon that they use for air, yellow shapes, and it looks like bananas. I like the spread here, by the way. I like that this art piece. Now, yes, it's kind of ruined, you know, by the fold, but I think this is a very cool choice. It really ties together the experience of looking at this page. And I actually think that is really, really cool. Like to see it like that, I think that's really, really awesome. All right, combat. We have initiative. We roll D20. We have the dex. Oh, interesting. If you roll a singles digit, you start with 1. If you roll a 2-digit, you start with 2. If you roll in the teens, 10 or teens. And if you get a 20 or more, you get all 3 of your actions. And then regardless, you get all of your actions back. That's really cool. I hate initiative because it doesn't matter. Obviously, it matters the order that you go, but for the most part, it doesn't matter. But this is actually a cool way to do it. I like that. I actually think that's cool. I've never seen that rule before. I think that's really cool. That's a neat rule. It makes rolling high on your initiative feel better. Because everybody gets to go once, you know, anyways. It's not like you're getting to go an extra time. But if you roll high on your initiative, you get 3 actions in your first round. Plus, there's a little bit of a tension builder there, right? Which is like, right, 50% of the time, you're going to roll singles. Well, all right, fine. 45% of the time. No. 40% of the time, you're going to roll. 45% of the time, you're going to roll a singles digit. And 55% of the time, you're going to roll 2 digits. 50% of the time, you're going to roll 2 digits. Only 5% of the time, depending on whether you roll 20 or higher, if you get a bonus, whatever. My point is, it means that the first round of combat is going to be a little bit more slower paced, right? Most people are probably going to have like 1.7 or something actions on the first round of combat. And I like that because it gives you this kind of like, we're building up to it, you know? We're sort of feeling each other out yet. We can't go into our full, you know, Muso combat mode yet because there's almost like this kind of fun round of just like positioning. So that's a really cool way to utilize these actions, which I think is really, really neat. It also means that if you roll low on your initiative and people come after you, you're going to use potentially your 1 or 2 actions, and then you won't have any actions on your actual first turn. You have to wait until the end to get them back. I know Shadow of the Weird Wizard, I think, does that. There was another game that we were recently looking at that did something similar, and I don't remember what it was. All right. Well, a turn is when you take a turn. A round is the whole thing, and encounter is all the rounds. When combat begins... Oh, interesting. Okay. Initiative isn't used to determine order. Oh. When combat begins, by default, the heroes go first. Whichever player is ready first goes first, or whoever makes most sense in the story, with play then proceeding clockwise. Monsters will typically ask last, although some monsters may be fast enough to act sooner in the round. A monster or monster group should act at the same time each round. Interesting. Okay. So we're rolling initiative just to generate how many actions we get on the first. Interesting. Now, one of my big problems with initiative is that it takes too long to sort people and it doesn't really matter. So I thought this was doing the same, but it's not. Huh. Yeah. I like that. Now, does that mean that the monsters don't roll initiative at all? They just, get a set number of actions? I guess we'll have to find out. Because it says here each hero rolls for initiative. Huh. It says playing virtually, go in webcam order, alphabetical, or whatever. Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's it. That's it for combat. Those are all the combat rules. Resting and downtime. Love to see it. So here's that information about field rests, where, again, we can spend 10 minutes and we can spend hit dice. If we sleep for 8 hours, we can instead get maximum dice from our hit dice. And a safe rest has to be done in a secret oasis or a inn or a well-stocked cabin in the woods or near a sacred sacred shrine. Camping in the woods or in the dungeon is not sufficient for a safe rest. They get all their hit points, hit dice, and mana back, and they heal 1 wound. We also have downtime activities. You love to see it. If you're not adventuring, you're doing downtime. Not every moment needs to be narrated or role-played. Good stuff. Here's some examples of downtime activities. Kind of some stuff here taken from 5e. There's not a whole lot of detail here. In fact, that's the only page for the resting and downtime chapter. Forrest Henry says, in my opinion, having the players get all their turns first is way too powerful for them. I would use alternating, for example, Fabula Ultima. I could see that happening, Forrest. It's possible that the monsters might get an advantage because maybe they get all their actions in the first turn. I don't know. We'll have to find out. All right, character creation. Another beautiful piece of art. I gotta say, really good choice on the artists here. I'm getting messaged, and apparently my thing was not taken off. Another beautiful piece of art. It's kind of this, flying dragon over like a castle ruins. Looks really, really cool. All right, to make a hero, we get to choose a class. Berserker, the cheat, a commander, a hunter, a mage, an oathsworn, a shadowmancer, a shepherd, a songweaver, a storm shifter, and a zephyr. Then you choose your ancestry and background, and then you fill in your character sheet. All right, here's our character sheet. The basics. This is everything you really need to know here. You've got your character stats right here, strength, dex, int, will. We have an array of standard, balanced, and min-max. I like that it's just called min-max straight up. You'll note that you have a little up arrow and a down arrow, which you can shade in to represent which one of those you get your quote-unquote good save or bad save in. We then get 4 skill points to put into any skills we want. So if our strength was +2, then our might skill would be at +2. And we could put a point in there as we want. No, you can dump all 4 into one skill if you want. All right. You then mark your max hit points and hit dice size, which depends on your class. Your speed, your initiative, your max wounds, and your inventory slots, 10 plus your strength. Note that there is no strength score. It's just the modifier here. You get 50 gold or your starting equipment. We get some languages. We get our inventory slots. 1 slot is for a one-handed weapon, a shield, armor, 2 potions. 2 slots can hold a two-handed weapon or extra armor. And small but unrelated items could be just grouped into 1 slot. On ammunition, in most games, there's no need to track ammo. If you have a quiver, you have enough. Assume the hero collects arrows that they fired, crafts more, or buys them in town. There you go. Leveling up. They may allow you to level up when you have taken on an appropriately challenging adventure. So the baseline here is milestone adventure. In fact, it doesn't look like there's any XP system at all. At level 1, this may be as simple as clearing out some rats. Each level will take more and more. When you gain a level, you increase your hit points. You get more hit dice. You gain a skill point. You can also move a skill point. You can gain a new class feature, or you will gain a new class feature, depending on your class. And if any of your base stats change, then you may need to change other elements of your character sheet, like your armor or your initiative. For ancestries, we've got human, dwarf, elf. Again, pretty simple basic here. Humans get plus, of course, humans get the we're generically good at everything ability, +1 to all skills. Dwarves get more hit dice, and they can take 7 wounds instead of 6 wounds. Elves get a bonus to initiative, bonus to their speed. Halflings get basically lucky. They can, if they fail a save, they can succeed once per safe rest. Gnomes, nobody cares about gnomes. Here's some exotic ancestries. We've got Buns. This is another beautiful portrait. I mean, this thing looks straight out of like Bloomborough. But we've got Dragonborn and Bun and goblins, and it basically just says check with your GM. We got more. Look, Evan knew. So, just as a side note, the joke, it's not a joke, but it's a joke. The joke is that Derek needs to figure out a way to make money. And I really, I do okay, right, with my Patreon and my tips and stuff like that. Everybody's really cool about it. But obviously it is nowhere close to what I used to make when I was a, full-time data scientist. And so the joke has been, how can I figure out ways? Who is messaging me? The joke is, I got to turn off my notifications. How do I do that? Notifications. Windows 11. All of my notifications are off. So I don't know where that's coming from. Never mind. I thought my notifications were off. Or maybe my notifications are off, but not my sounds are off. Let me change this here. Voice and video. Notifications. Here we go. All right. Boom. Done. All right. I have now turned them off. I will no longer get beeped. So the joke is that there's a lot of cool things that I want to do that potentially, maybe I could eventually create something. that I could kickstart or do. But a lot of things I want to do are very Derek coded, which is to say they're not very popular. They're very weird. And so the joke has been like, oh, Derek, you should just go and make something 5e compatible. That way you could, actually make some money and make a somewhat of a living. And, but one of the things is like, I don't know anything about like 5e, but one thing I have learned is that if you want to make something that's popular these days, you gotta have at least, 20 to 30 ancestries. And you know what? Evan got the message, because I was like, okay, oh, by the way, gnomes allow an ally within 6 squares to re-roll a dice. And it resets when you get healed to full, and they're slow. But we've got Bun, Dragonborn, Tiefling, Fiendkin, Goblin, Kobold, Orc. And I was like, oh, okay, that's a lot. And then it's like, no, we've got Birdfolk, Celestial, we've got Changeling, we've got Dryad, or a Shroomling, because yes, we need our mushroom people. We've got Half Giants, we've got Minotaurs, we've got Beastfolk, we've got Oozlings, we've got Constructs, we've got generic planar beings, we've got Rat Folks, we've got Stoatlings, for all the people who are really big into weasels. We have Turtle Folk, and we have Weirdlings, which is apparently just a catch-all crazy zany thing. So just a ton of just absolute crazy nonsense. Jackal Torn Moons with a $2 super chat. Sorry to interrupt you. Can you reset the Northern Reaches overflow server? My job here is never done. This is what it takes, people, to run a YouTube channel and a Patreon. And you know what? It's not for the faint of heart. It's not letting me. Please choose the highest rolled dice. I did. Okay. What are we on? NR overflow. Overflow. Right. Jackal, I have stopped the overflow server and I have restarted it. Thank you, Jackal. So anyways, message received. Stoats. Whenever you make a single target attack against a creature larger than you, roll 1 additional d6 for each size category it is larger. They do the same. So, larger creatures will crush you, but you will crush them. High risk, high reward, I guess. All right, and we got a ribbon. Even in this small little book, we got a ribbon. We've got backgrounds. These are pretty generic. We got acrobat, fey touched, former con artist, and they all gain a slight little ability here, such as learning an extra spell. If you're protected, I like this. Like, there's some fun stuff here, actually. I take that back. Choose 1 ally in your party. This is Devoted Protector. Choose 1 ally in your party. You can survive +3 max wounds, so long as they are nearby. And whenever they take a wound, you do too. Like, this is very neat. Make a bad choice. This is really cool. Start with 500 or 1,000 extra gold, and you can start with a magic item, but you start with an enemy.
Scott tipped $25. I can't attend the stream tonight. I'll have to watch the VOD, but I wanted to support the Nimble first look. I have paged through my boxed set, and it looks pretty good.
Yeah, this looks great, GM Scott. I'm really impressed so far. This is really good. Very, very condensed. A lot of game for the number of pages that we're getting here. These are great. These are fun. Fey touched. You take half damage from all magical damage, but double from weapons made of metal. Very cool. And they're all, it's not pros, it's pro and con, which I really, really like. Very cool. Adventuring motivation. Work with your character. Your motivation should make your character want to work with the rest of the group. Gaming 101. So, again, very basic, very simple. Why are you adventuring? Hey, give them this page, pick one, cool. And you know, it's you know, some session 0 help, and I don't just like that. It's one page. It's funny, the rules and the art for the chapter heading are literally the chapter heading is one page, the rules are one page, and then we're on to the equipment section. So it's very funny that, you know, we're talking about that. All right. So then we get into equipment. Heroes can equip anything they like. However, each class has a list of weapons and armor that they are skilled with. If you use a weapon and you do not have the proficiency, you can't crit. That is a great rule, especially in the context of this game. It's a disadvantage. You don't get to do the cool exploding crits, but you can use a longsword even if you're a wizard. I really like that rule. Believe it or not, that might be like my favorite rule so far. It's simple, it's elegant, it doesn't feel overly punishing, but it also is clearly an advantage to the people who do it without making them so much better at the other people. Like, oh, I pick up a weapon and I have a +10 to hit with it. When you pick up the weapon, you have a +0 to hit with it. That's just it. And especially when people double, triple, quadruple down on a weapon, they're like, I'm never going to use a weapon that I'm not proficient with ever. It'd be stupid. It'd be suicide. It wouldn't even make sense mathematically. Additionally, if you're wearing armor you're not proficient with, you can defend, which is the only thing armor does, but instead of taking one action, it takes 2 actions, or at least it takes an additional action, presuming that they take one. Armor is cloth, leather, mail, plate. So the World of Warcraft armor types. World of Warcraft has cloth, leather, mail, and plate. These require a higher strength score than you could presumably start the game with. So you have to earn your way into that. We also have shields. So, you know, a 2 dex character is going to start with 4 if they're using Adventurer's Garb. Whereas a character in Rusty Mail, I like that it's Rusty Mail, is going to start with 6 plus their dex. Very cool. I like that everything kind of starts off kind of shitty. Cheap hides, rusty plate mail, Rusty Mail. I love this. This is great. It doesn't look like there's any downside for an armor, as far as I can tell. I mean, basically, I assume you're going to, obviously there's proficiencies involved, right? You're only going to, if you're not proficient in plate, you're not likely to use it. But presuming that your character's dex was 2, is there a reason that you would ever use cheap hides over Rusty Mail? And the answer seems to be no, unless you weren't proficient. But yeah, so again, dex is going to probably be anywhere from 0, 1, 1, or 2. And obviously, if you have no dex, you really want to be in that plate. Cool. I like the touch. Got it. Evan says some ancestry abilities, certain spells, and monsters can all interact with armor differently. All right, good to know. Okay, so there's a slight difference. You may not be aware of it at the beginning, but still pretty cool. We've got our weapons. Two-handed. Some weapons require extra action before you can shoot it. Two-handed weapons, obviously simple. Reach, pretty self-explanatory. Range. If any enemy is adjacent to you, it is made with disadvantage. And you can basically take a disadvantage die to get 2 extra squares of range. Thrown and vicious. Roll an extra die whenever you roll crit damage. Cool. Every time you roll crit damage, roll the vicious die as well. Nasty. If you want to dual wield, you can wield 2 light weapons. You can gain advantage on an attack with those weapons once per round. And if you're strong enough, you can wield even bigger weapons, which is pretty cool. Unarmed strikes. Roll a d4. On a hit, deal 1 plus your strength. Improvise weapons, customizing weapons, and here we have a list of basic weapons. We've got daggers, clubs, short swords, long swords, battle axes, pole axes, spears, great weapons. Pretty basic stuff here. it's interesting, the dynamic. If we look at the two-handed weapons, so pole, our hammer, glaive, and spear are all functionally the same. They're all D10 plus strength. They're all two-handed. They're reach 2. They even cost the same. The only thing that differs is the damage type. These are also 10% likely to hit. Miss. So they're 90% likely to hit, but they are 10% likely to crit. So fairly reliable and do an average of 5.5 damage plus strength. Now, the Great Maul is a D12. It's a little bit pricier. It's even less likely to miss, even less likely to crit, and the average damage is a point higher. It's obviously bludgeoning as well. Now, what's interesting is the Great Axe and the Great Sword. What's interesting is the Great Sword is 25% chance to miss, but it's also a 25% chance to crit. But the average damage of it is 7.5 on average, exempting, obviously the exploding of the crits creates this, logarithmic curve. But that is very interesting. My sense, my sense is I would want to go with a Great Axe. I feel like 2d6 is a really sweet spot where you're going to miss 1 out of 6 times, crit 1 out of 6 times, but your average damage is still 7. And when you do crit, you're going to be exploding on d6s. But then again, I guess the Great Sword is capable of really chaining off a lot of explosives. I mean, to be completely fair with, even with a D4, your chances of critting and then critting, right, is already 1 in 16. So your chances of really cutting off are pretty small, right? That's what I'm saying. We can basically treat the weapon as only... oh, that's a great question, Core. I don't know. Oh, that is a great question. I did not think about that, Core. I assumed it was only the primary dice, but I may have read that wrong. Rolling the max on a primary die is a critical hit. When you crit, roll the primary dice again. So yeah, I think it's just the primary dice. Only one die explodes. At least that's how I read it. It's interesting. I would need to do some more math on this, but I wonder if the Great Sword is worth it, basically. Anyways, ranged weapon, handheld ballista, D20. Fantastic. Pretty cool. Oh, I should also note, by the way, that a lot of the weapons do add dex as well as strength. Rapier, sickle, short sword, dagger. All right, healing potions. This is listed as a key piece of equipment. So we kind of have, I guess we have a healing potion meta here. These potions are crucial for quick recovery, but their availability is limited. Small towns may only have a few. Cities offer more, but never in unlimited supply. Potions require one action to drink or to administer to an adjacent willing creature. So I guess what he's trying to do here is to say, we kind of want to unshackle the healing potion and make them, more democratized, right?
Thaddeus tip
Make them more available.
$25. Bring on DTX. Get that sweet 5e money.
Thank you, Thaddeus. I don't know if the world is ready for DTX, especially after reading this book. I'm like, see, we'll get to the debate about whether or not this is actually a 5e compatible game, but this is hitting all the right marks in a way that my game never would. Thaddeus, we'll definitely have we'll definitely be talking again. My goal is I'm giving myself probably to the end of the year. This, by the way, I mean we're almost through the core rules. Everything about this game, from its form factor, well, we'll get to it when we get to the end. All right, and we haven't even gotten to the classes and the GM stuff here, but torches you can't see in the dark. Torch typically lasts for 1 dungeon. Nice. here's equipment availability, and we've got miscellaneous equipment. And note, healing potions, greater healing potions, supreme healing potions are in the standard adventuring equipment, which I think is true in 5th edition as well. A torch is a stack of 2. I like that it has a limit, and it's still in the game, but it's just, hey, it lasts for 1 dungeon, or maybe 1 part. And we got your basic 5e type stuff. Now, what's interesting about this is the design of Nimble, is the Indian, because he's talking about camping, and he calls it the camp phase, and he's talking about returning to the safety of a town to do a safe rest. Is there an assumption here of dungeon delving? And is that what this was kind of built for? Because there does seem to be a sort of a, we're focusing on encumbrance to a certain extent and all this other stuff. But yeah, this is totally fine. I like there's little things here. I mean, it's kind of Easter eggy. It says crowbar. It's like a key. Magical items. Uncommon, levels 2 to 6, 550 to 500, all the way up to 1 million or more gold. It does look like the game goes to level 20. And then we've just got some examples of magical items here in the core rulebook. From a weapon of wounding. When you land a hit with this weapon, you may suffer d6 damage to deal twice that much additional damage to the character. Here are our scrolls. These are single-use spells. They have to succeed on a DC 10 Arcana check to cast it. If they do not already know a spell from that school. So if you already know a spell from that school, looks like you can cast it for free. Very cool. Kind of went old school here, where there was a type of scroll in original D&D called the protection scroll, of which many scrolls were considered protection scrolls, and anyone could use a protection scroll. Notice, casting a spell with a spell scroll does not cost mana, nor does it require magical ability. I love that. I think that's really cool. I think one of the fun ways to make magic more democratized is letting things like scrolls be available to people who aren't wizards. And I actually think that's awesome. And again, this is something out of, if we go back to AD&D first edition and we look at scrolls, you'll see that a lot of AD&D first edition scrolls could be used by anyone. So I really like that. That to me, that's an old school call out that not a lot of people may understand or realize. But I think it's a great way to give melee characters a lot more flexibility and, give them the ability to sort of tap in, into the fact that we live in a magical system, right? Wands, like spell scrolls, these can be used to cast spells without consuming mana and do not require magical ability. Unlike spell scrolls, wands can be recharged and used again. Characters proficient with wands can use one from any spell school, spending only the normal amount of actions to cast a spell. If you're not proficient, you must make a DC 10 check plus the tier to cast the spell. Success or failure, the charge is now spent. And we can see here that some of the wands have 3 charges, 2 charges, 2 charges. I'm a fan. Very cool. And by the way, the recharging system is very much tied. It's diegetic. To recharge your wand of Fire Step, you have to heat the wand in a blacksmith forge until it begins to glow and then quench it in oil. I love this, right? It's not some bullshit like, you have to spend a bunch of gold or do a bunch of, but it requires a process. And I think this is awesome. Give it to a wild bird and let it fly freely. Retrieve it when the bird drops it. That's how you recharge your wand to fly. So most of this stuff is not going to be something that you're going to be able to do, but it's flavorful and it feels really cool and it feels very magical. Yeah, I think this is really cool. This is really well designed. And then all the way up, by the way, as an example, look at this one. This is like a unique wand, right? Like a named wand. Heartwood. The Splinter of the Tree of Life. It's a legendary wand. It only has 1 charge, and it casts Redeem, a spell that I'm sure we're going to look up. Recharge. A sacred hymn must be sung over it ceaselessly for 100 years, right? Obviously, that's not something that you're ever going to do in the campaign. So this is completely just like for flavor and fun. But that is really, really cool. You know, to recharge the wand of the Elder Worm's majesty, you have to give an ancient dragon a gift it truly desires. Very cool. Very fun. Very flavorful. Feels very magical. And, you know, I'm a big Tolkien fan. I'm a big, Earthsea fan. So I love this kind of more soft magic. And then we get into our spells. This might be the first piece of art that I'm not as jazzed about. I think it's okay. Like, these last two actually have not. I don't know. This is like maybe my favorite piece of art in the whole system. Anyway, spells. There are 6 schools of magic: fire, ice, lightning, necrotic, radiant, wind. So if we added in earth and poison and that might be it, then we would have Fabula Ultimus. Each school has its own basic spells called cantrips. Yeah, but there's necrotic. Necrotic is like dark. Right? Each school has its own basic spells called cantrips and 9 tiers of progressively more powerful spells. Heroes can cast any spell from the schools they know within the tiers that they have unlocked. My phone is ringing. Oh, it's from Texas. Just a phone call. Mana. Powerful tiered spells require mana, a portion of the spellcaster's life force, to fuel them. A spell's mana cost is equal to its tier. Okay. See the Heroes book for more information on how classes gain mana. Cantrips cost no mana. You can upcast a spell by spending more mana. Multi-target and AoE spells follow special rules in order to streamline play. Again, I've talked before about how I'm a fan of bottom-up design. At the end of the day, these games are made to be played. And I think sometimes we have to make considerations about how is this actually going to work at the table. So, for example, AoE spells do not miss. They do not crit. And a single roll is applied to all targets. And we ignore disadvantage from things that would affect individual targets, such as blinded or grappled. So, just to make it fast and simple. You can't really miss with your AoE, but you can't really crit with it either, right? That way we can just make one roll and move on with it. Because if you did have one roll, let's say we did one roll AoE, but we made it normal, then if you miss, it's going to feel terrible. You're like, really? Because I rolled one. Let me roll against every single monster. I hate the idea that if I miss all of them. But at the same time, if I crit, what? I crit against all of them? I love this compromise. I think it's fantastic. All right, anyways. Fire spells deal a bunch of damage. Ice spells deal damage and control the battlefield, protect the spellcaster. Lightning, long damage, teleporting, necrotic, radiant, wind, etc., etc. So here's our spells. So every school has a cantrip that you can just use over and over and over again. But we have here is like a buff cantrip as well to give an ally within range an extra action. You can spend a mana to cast this if it's not your turn. That's pretty cool. You can enchant weapons. You can create a flame wall, a big AoE fire, living formal, turn to a dragon. These spells all seem to be very combat focused. So I'm curious if there is an element to the game, maybe as part of the classes or something, which I'm sure we can get to, is about like more, we'll call them utility and ritual. Because I did notice that one of the abilities is said you get in a utility spell. So what's cool about this is kind of reminds me of Battle Zoo Eldamon, which is like, for example, Flame Dart gives the target the smoldering condition. This doesn't do anything, but some spells and abilities do bonus damage against smoldering. So if you crit with your Flame Dart, you make them smoldering. So potentially then you could use that to cast a Pyroclasm later. Smoldering creatures automatically fail the save. So, you know, there's kind of like a built-in wombo combo. You could either do it with yourself, or you could potentially do it with your allies. I also think it'd be cool, right? Like if somebody in my party, let's say a warrior or a rogue, ended up with a flaming blade, they might also gain on a crit, set the opponent to smolder, which by itself does nothing. But now they've set up their pyromancer friend, their fire mage friend, so that when he casts Pyroclasm, you know, they don't even get to make a save, which is cool. And that's a really fun way and systematic way of doing that, and I'm a big fan of that. So we got fire spells, lightning spells, wind spells. We're not going to get into all of these, but you know, there's a mix here of damage, buffs, and debuffs. They're also a little bit different, right? Like you can see here that fire spells deal high consistent damage, but at medium range, but the lightning spells are longer range, but have a risk that they might damage the spellcaster instead. Like Zap, 12 squares of range, very high, good damage. But on a miss, the lightning fails to find ground and it hits you instead. So it feels different. It's not only used differently, but there's a fun little, you know, disadvantage for something like, hey, you're getting to cast this spell at a very long range, and you know, how do we make that compare? You know, boom. Our radiant. So presumably this is our healing. So our cantrip is Rebuke. This is a D6 damage. It ignores armor. It cannot miss. And it's double damage against undead or cowardly creatures, those who are frightened or behind cover. Love it. What a great way to take turn undead, to make it more practical, and to add this fun definition, you know, of like, hey, it's not just against undead that it does double damage, but it also works against people who are behind cover or who somebody else in your party has set up by making frightened. So again, there's a little bit of that team play interaction here, and man, that's really cool. And I would have total fun playing this. True Strike is a cantrip. Give a creature advantage on the next attack they make. There you go. So it's basically like helping them, which is what help does, I guess, but it does it beforehand, I guess. And then heal. One action, single target. Heal a creature for 1d6 plus your key hit point, your key stat hit point. Upcast, meaning you spend more mana on it. Choose one. Either add an additional target, add additional reach, add additional healing. So this one heal spell kind of does it all. You can spend a bunch of mana, and you could make it multi-target heal. You could spend a bunch of mana and make it really long range. You could spend a bunch of mana and make it extremely high damage. All right, what am I getting notifications from? At this point, I have no idea. I turned off my notifications from Discord. It must be from, I don't know. Curious myself. Anyways, very cool. Here's that redeem spell, by the way. 24 hours, requires a diamond worth at least 10,000 gold. Revive any number of deceased creatures you choose within 1 mile that have died within the last year, provided they have not died of old age. That's nice. Hey, you know that big battle we just had? You're all coming back, baby. That's fantastic. And here are our utility spells. Some classes can choose from among these additional spells as they level up. So here we have Ice Disc, Chillcraft, basically kind of, cantrips with ice, Scrying. Fire has teleportation, lighting, illusion. That's a neat idea of using fire to make illusions. Lightning, again, has teleports, minor cantrip effects. Wind has Wind Whisper, Featherfall. Radiant has our light cantrip, Bonds of Peace. Kind of like a telepathy or calm emotions. Necrotic has, read thoughts, face-changing illusions. So it's not a huge list, but it's small but mighty. There's a lot of utility here. I mean, you could probably totally add additional utility spells if you want. So here are some optional variant rules. The game talks about multi-classing. It talks about whether you have a small group or a large group. You could have rules for faster healing, rules for more critical healing, where you roll for healing and treat it just like critical hits, where if you roll maximum, you get to roll again. But if you roll a 1, you fail to heal. Note, variant is fun for the right group for big, dramatic, swinging steps. By the way, I would totally allow for critical healing. I had the high ground, throwing potions, inspiration. Whenever a hero does something memorable, like role-playing a great moment, making everyone laugh, the GM can grant inspiration, the ability to reroll single dice, which kind of brings in inspiration from the core game. Retreat. The world is dangerous and some fights may be unwinnable. Any hero may call for a retreat on their turn. If the party agrees, and unless there is a good story reason that they cannot escape, such as being trapped in nets, the GM can allow them to flee. Each hero describes their escape. Consequences may follow, such as taking damage, suffering a wound, or failing a quest. So basically, it's kind of like a group surrender option. Potentially, you might be able to swap key stats, allow people to have multiple backgrounds, and customize your weapon dice. When it comes to measuring spaces, this is the weird, we treat diagonal spaces as adjacent is the default assumption, but this can create some weirdness, and instead you can create alternative rules for diagonals. Or you could avoid this entirely and just use hexes. And here's some rules about cones and lines. And yeah, and here we go, a glossary with all of our key terms. And then we have for creators, we have the free creators kit available online for helpful tips on game design, such as making your own class, your own subclass, your adventures, your own spells, your own magic items, and more. And there it has its own third-party creator's license. And that is the core rules. Yeah, this seems great. Now, obviously, we have a Game Master's Guide book here. I don't know if we're going to get to that today. We will take a look at least at 1 or 2 of the classes from the Heroes book. But overall, this seems like a great little fun, action-packed game. It does not feel like an OSR game, right? It definitely feels modern. It doesn't feel like Shadowdark. Shadowdark feels OSR-y. But this also feels, well, we'll get into it when we get to the Heroes book, but it also feels a lot more simple than 5e. So the question then, the big important question is this game 5e compatible or not? Now, it says it is. It says it is on the tin, but do we think it is? So what we're going to do is we're going to have a poll, if I can find the poll. Battle Royale, global settings, graphical poll. There she is. All right. Now, apparently there is a published conversion guide in the back of the GMG. All right. Sorry, I had to set up, again, new computer. right, and there we go, and boop. All right. Is this game 5e compatible? Now, remember, we still have to look at the classes, and there is a conversion guide, but we have 4 stats instead of 6. We are rolling. We don't have an attack roll. We are just, we have advantage. We have exploding dice in our combats. We're looking at the primary die. We're using a mana system instead of spell slots. So, for example, if you bought a 5e third-party book that said, 100 spells for your 5e game, how easy would that be to compatible? Well, Ira, I don't know if you know this or not, but my opinion and the opinions of this poll don't actually matter. This is we just read the rules, and I'm just asking a question. That's all. So I'm torn. Now, again, given the definitions that my patron's voting on, which is that the game needs to have D20 versus DC. Now, this game does have that for checks outside of combat. And it needs to have advantage and disadvantage, which it does. It needs to have hit points, which it does have. By that definition, it is 5e compatible. So, all right, I'm going to let this run here for a moment, and we are going to go take a look real quick at these conversion guidebooks. This is my keyboard. Hello, keyboard. But instead of that, I am just going to, because people were saying that they couldn't see because they are old, which, I respect. So we will do this. All right. Do I have the GM guide downloaded? Hold on 1 second. I got to go get the GM guide. Okay. GM guide. Okay. Interesting. Didn't I just save that? Maybe I didn't. Oh. Oh. I have to click the button because it's in Dropbox. Okay. There we go. All right. That is definitely from Discord, even though I have desktop notifications off. Sounds. All right. All sounds are off. Push to talk, deactivate, just turning all of these things off. Isn't there an option to just turn off all songs? Apparently not. Apparently you actually literally have to go through and turn off every single one of these sounds. Which is stupid. Thank you, Discord. All right. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Okay, GM guide. All right, so here's our GM guide. Again, very pretty. Love it. Love the art. Love the style of it. Very, 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 very pretty. No notes. I think it looks really, really cool. Man, we really need to get volume here. Okay. All right. 5e conversion. Okay. You may run any 5e compatible adventures right out of the book with no additional prep and no minimal changes. Con save becomes a strength save. Wisdom and charisma both become will saves. Here's a skill mapping. Athletics became might. History and religion became lore. Sleight of hand and acrobatics became finesse, etc. Paralyzed, stunned, and unconscious all just become incapacitated. Which, by the way, it's a minor note, but I really like how this game, in the book here, they only talk about incapacitated, right? But in the index here, they say paralyzed, stunned, unconscious, incapacitated, can't do anything. So, like, I like that they basically said, even though we don't use these terms in our game, we know that people are going to look them up. And I like that that's an index. That's an example of like meeting people where they are, which I think is really, really cool. All right, here we go. You can likewise use any 5e compatible monster stat block with Nimble with minimal tweaks on the fly. Run them exactly as written, using their move, action, bonus actions as normal. Simply change their AC to armor and roll their damage dice for attacks. Their attacks miss and hit just like anything else. 5e monsters that have 14 to 17 are medium. Anything heavier than that is heavy. For example, a 5e goblin, 15 AC, 7 hit points, plus 4 to hit, 1 target, 1d6 plus 2 damage. It is a medium armor with 7 hit points, and it does d6 plus 2 slashing damage. So that is, according to that is the conversion. Now, I'm curious how it works if there's no, like, it talks about, like, you leave their bonus actions alone. Like, does this game have bonus actions? I know we didn't really get into, like, how do you run monsters? But monsters do not use reactions. They can move, use their actions, and then their turn ends. Monsters with armor, just the dice. They ignore the damage modifiers. Heavy armors ignore damage modifiers and take half the sum of the dice. Monster speeds default is 6. So I'm curious. So like, how many actions can it take? It just says use the actions listed on their stat block. So we have rules here for this. Is there a, here's a bestiary. So obviously these monster stat blocks are very, very, very simple, which, you know, I think it goes without saying the game is a simplified version of the game. So do all of these monsters basically, like, so none of the monsters have like, like, let's take a look at some undead here. It just seems like, I mean, most of the monsters just seem to basically just deal damage. Is that the gist of it? I mean, obviously they have, you know, extra things here like, oh, it dazes you or it knocks you prone and stuff like that. I see. That's annoying. The first time this dies, reset it to 1 hit point. And I will say that the hit points are chunkier than I expected it. I mean, I get that this is a level 8 monster, but this is just a 5e thing. So, you know, like the fact that, like, you know, it's a d20 thing. Like the fact that, you know, that's true. Everyone does hit. That is true. Right. But like a medium, if a monster has heavy armor, if a monster has medium armor, right, you're not adding any bonus damage. So you're just doing the dice. And again, we may have skipped over that, and I may have missed it, but like I didn't see where a magical, like if you have a great sword or if you have a whatever great axe, it does, you know, 2d6 damage. Well, if you're ignoring the damage bonus, isn't it just doing 2d6 damage? Isn't that only like 12 damage? Max? So. Gotcha. Rogue ignores armor and stuff like that. And armored enemies have fewer hit points. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. All right, well, let's take a look. Since I went through all that jazz to download that. Okay, click here. We're going to go take a look at some class. Okay, Nimble. All right, Nimble Heroes. Again, I love this art. I'm a big fan of purple in my undead. I like red too, but the purple glowing undead, that is A+. I like that. This looks very similar to the art that is being made by that other game that's coming out, which is designed to be like baby's first RPG. Does anyone know which game I'm talking about? I'm trying to think of what game that is. It's not Warhammer. Man, I can't remember what game it is. But there's a game coming out. Is it the new Castles and Crusades? No, it's not. It's not a baby's first RPG. Is it Castles and Crusades? It might be the new Castles and Crusades, or maybe it is Land of Eam that I'm thinking of, or is it Oathhammer? All right, there's now we got to figure this out. Okay, if it's it might be that it might be Land of Eam because I've definitely seen that around a lot lately. But all right, it kind of is. Hold on a second, I'm going to bring this up here. All right, that is. You know, I mean, right? That's kind of similar, right? But okay, it's the same artist. Okay, makes sense. Okay, well, I like his style, so very good. It's very fun. It's very classic. It's classic while still being fun, you know, which is really cool. Right. I love this way of putting in the art for the character. You know, it's like getting you excited to choose your class. I think that's a really, really cool way to do this. Berserker, Commander, Cheat, Hunter. So let's see. We've got Barbarian. We've got Rogue. We've got Fighter. We've got Ranger. We've got Wizard. We've got Paladin. We've got Cleric. We've got Bard. We've got Warlock. We've got Druid. And we've got Monk. And yeah, we got them all. All right. But we gave them new names, so that's important. I like having the dots of class complexity. I love being able to, tell people, hey, you're new to the game. Why don't you just be a cheat? It's interesting that the cheat is the easiest one. Is that the only one that's one? Okay. We'll tell you what. We'll look at a couple here because I mean the class is only 6 pages long, so. And that's it. That's all that's in this book, which is really, really cool. So here we go. Berserker. Hell yeah. Coming through the flames. I like the cool little symbolic art. A little, fun thing here. Again, getting you hyped up to play this class. So the first 2 pages are just hype. What do you need to do, and how do you play this class? All right, your key stats are strength and dex. You get D12. You start with 20 hit points. You're good at strength saves, bad at int saves. You get no armor proficiency. You are proficient with all strength weapons, and you start with a battle axe, meat, and rope. You can rage once per turn. You roll a fury dice, set it aside. Add it to every strength attack you make. Cool. Can I close all the rest of these? Thank you. Well, I'm going to look at some of the classes first, Vin. We just looked at all the rules. I'm going to look at a couple of classes. I'm going to look at barbarian, rogue, and like a spellcaster or something like that. And then we'll judge from there. So we can choose to rage. We can add it to every strength attack we make. You can have a max of your key in fury dice. They are lost when your rage ends. Your rage ends if you leave combat, drop to 0, or if you go a single round without attacking or raging. So we can keep building up the fury dice. I like the idea that the rage builds. That's very cool. That's all you got. When you are attacked, you may expend 1 or more fury dice to reduce the damage taken by strength dex for each die spent. So you don't get armor, but you can turn your rage into defense. But if you're turning your rage into defense, then you aren't going to be able to do extra damage. So that's a cool play pattern. Additionally, if I'm reading this right, this isn't a reaction, so it's not eating up your actions, and therefore it is not the defend action, so it's not limited to once per round. So if you have a bunch of fury dice, you could potentially, absorb these all. Now, we're only limited to once a turn, so we can't, pump up our, barbarian with 3 fury dice on the first round. But this does have some really cool, interesting play pattern where if we want our character to be super tough, they can be. If we want them to deal a bunch of damage, we can. But if we want them to deal a bunch of damage, then we're not defending outside of, wearing cloth. Which is not to say it's nothing, but it's not nearly as nice, right? So we're going to be taking more damage. So that's a really neat play pattern, and it feels very thematic. I love the idea of the rage building up. And as we get later into the fight, potentially we're sitting here on, 3 or 4 rage dice, and we're adding all of that to our strength. So very cool. That's a fun play pattern right off the bat. Yes. You can rage and gain another fury dice even if you're already raging. If you're already at your max, roll as normal and decide which ones to keep. Your fury dice are dice when calculating damage for your monster. So, okay, so even if you max out, by the way, there's a couple of things here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but ideally we would be cashing in our dice that were on 1s, right? like we wouldn't want to trade it. There's no advantage to us trading in a 4, right? Because it's always strength plus dex. So if our strength is, let's say 2, our dex is 2, we're taking off 4 damage. Andrew, you are limited to taking this action once per turn. That's the restriction. You can't go rage, rage, rage. You could rage, attack, move. You could move, rage, attack. You could move, rage, but you can't rage more than once a turn. That's what once a turn means. But if we reach our maximum rage, we could still choose to rage and hopefully roll a better one. Andrew, I don't think that needs clarifying text. I think that's very perfectly clear to me. I don't know. I didn't think about that at all. Also, it clearly states that your rage ends if you leave combat, if you drop to 0, or if you go 1 round without attacking or raging. So it's pretty simple. Because you only lose your dice when your rage ends. Well, how does your rage end? Your rage ends if you leave combat, drop to 0, or you go 1 round without attacking or raging. All right. Intensifying Fury. So at level 2, if you are raging at the beginning of your turn, roll 1 Fury dice for free. Ooh, nice. And we are 1 with the agents. So we get kind of a combat ability, and we get sort of a more passive ability. Once per safe rest, we can get a choice. We can get some kind of an augury effect from our ancestors. Subclass. Oh, okay. So we're 5eing because we get a subclass at level 3. Bloodlust. Expend 1 or more Fury dice on your turn, and you can move deck spaces per die spent for free. So more uses for our Fury dice. Now we can use them for damage absorption, and movement. While dying, you rage automatically for free at the beginning of your turn. You have a max of 2 actions instead of 1, but you ignore the strength saves to make attacks. So basically, we have to basically automatically rage once a turn. But as long as we're attacking, it's not going to make us die more. Is that how I read that? We also increase for strength or dex, and we get to choose from our Savage Arsenal. So in order to retrain, whenever you perform a notable act of destruction or a feat of strength during a safe rest, that's how you may choose a different Berserker option. I stand corrected. This is my favorite rule in the game so far. If you want to respec your barbarian or your Berserker in town, go get into a bar fight and destroy that motherfucker. There's a bridge in town. Show people that you are capable of moving bridges, right? Go lift it up and move it, right? What is it? What's the character's name from Encanto? Luisa, right? The donkeys got out. I'll go capture them. I'll bring back the donkeys. I love it. It's what a fun way to do respect. This is actually maybe my favorite move. This is my favorite rule in the whole book. That's really good. That's really good. Level 5, we now get more rage when we die. When we two charge rage, we get some more stat and buffs. So we're into that part of the game that now things just we don't get new abilities, they just get better. More stats. Our Furies become D6 dice. That's sweet. We choose a third Savage Arsenal. We haven't seen Savage Arsenals yet. We get Strength or Dex, Interwill, Strength or Dex, Interwill. We get D8s. We get another Berserker subclass feature. So again, we're not really making... We do get to continue to make choices, right? So this is kind of like our feats. We get to D10s. We get to D12s. Wait, does it end at D12? Yes. I approve.
I am strong.
Ending the Fury dice at D12, which is the barbarian, that's their number, D12 hit die, D12 hit points. That's chef's kiss. That's perfect. Deep Rage. Dropping to 0 hit points no longer causes your rage to end. Respect. And then at level 19, Shades of D&D 2024, you get an epic boon. And then at level 20, your capstone ability. Anytime if you roll less than 6 on your dice, it becomes a 6. So the floor of your D12s is now a 6. So yeah, there you go. The whole progression of the class in one page. And here's our Savage Arsenal. Remember, we're going to get a total of 7 of these throughout the game. And it looks like you could pick them at any level. So we could choose Death Blow right from the beginning. After you deal damage from a crit, you may expend any number of Fury dice. Sum the dice and deal double that amount of damage. So basically cash in your Fury dice, which are normally a persistent buff, but double them up for that crit. Fantastic. Deathless Rage, which you can only do once a turn. While dying, you may suffer 1 wound to gain an action. So if you're dying, you can, once a turn, take an additional wound. Remember, we die at 6. And now you get 4 actions. B says, I am shocked that's your reference. Which one? The Cosmere one or the Encanto one? You can now combo Deathless Rage, Mighty Endurance. By the way, that's no joke. We go from 6 to 10. Well, number one, I mean, Disney musicals are, especially lately, have been some of the best written musicals ever. And of course, Encanto was made by Lin-Manuel Miranda, who is a god and a genius and incredible. I don't know them all, but I can pretty much sing almost every Encanto song. I probably don't know What Else Can I Do? That's probably like the one by the perfect girl. I don't remember her name. Mirabelle, I remember. Luisa, I remember. The flower girl. I don't remember her name. The sister, the pretty one. But that's probably the one song I don't know. I mean, any case, more blood. Whenever an enemy crits you, gain a fury die. Fantastic. We get 7 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh, 7 of 12. These are pretty great. So here's a 2x. So by the way, props. I like that. Well, we haven't gotten into the full classes, but I like that a lot of things are just one action. One of the things I dislike about Pathfinder 2 is they call it the 3-action economy. And then like everything in the game fucking takes 2 actions. Not everything in the game, literally, but so many things in the game, especially the cool things, all take 2 actions. I hate that. I think this is way cooler. Now, obviously, Whirlwind takes 2 actions, but come on, that's attacking everyone within your reach. I can buy that, you know. Case in point, this exists in Pathfinder 2. It's called Whirlwind, and it takes 3 actions, which means it takes your whole turn, which means you can't move. So it's like you can either move or Whirlwind. You can't do both. In this game, obviously, you can, which is pretty sweet. I'd also like to point out that if our character was dying, we could Deathless Rage. We could gain an extra action. We would have 4 actions, and then we could Whirlwind twice. And that seems like that would be pretty fucking sweet. We'll call that one fun. This is a very fun barbarian. Doesn't dying limit our actions though? Oh, right. When we're dying, right? I forgot about that. Oh, right. We get rage for free. Dang, we can't. You're right, B. Multiclassing, to be clear, was an optional rule. And believe it or not, I hate multiclassing. So I would be fine with keeping it in the rules. But I was a weirdo. And when I played 5e, I was like, oh, feats are optional rule. Cool. We won't use them. These are great. All right, let's take a look at the subclasses. Path of the Mountain Heart. We actually had a big debate last night in the Patreon Discord about multiclassing and draw steal, and how Matt Colville basically said, fuck multiclassing. It only creates problems for the game designer. Now you have to balance cool class features against every other possible class combination. It tends to only be ruined by min-maxers. Like, what are we really gaining by including multiclassing? None of our playtesters missed it. We're just not going to include it. And there was a big debate about the usefulness and the effect of multiclassing on a game. In particular, I will say this. For me, class-based games are all about class-based fantasy. And I think multiclassing in a class-based game dilutes and weakens the whole point of a class-based game. A couple of key notes. Number one, in a game like Fabula Ultima, that is not, I don't really consider it a class-based game. It's a job-based game. He calls them classes, but they really are like jobs. And it feels very different because your class isn't, summoner. It's your class is, I am the last ancient. That's your identity. And now you're just using, these sort of jobs to select skills. Secondly, if we look back into the classics of D&D, if we look back into AD&D, if we look back into first edition, second edition, multiclassing wasn't something you chose when you leveled up. You were a fighter mage from the very beginning of the game. Like, you had to choose that at level 1. And only multi-classes, only certain races could be multi-classes. Like, for example, elves, because they were, magical, could be, fighter mages and fighter mage thieves and fighter mage clerics. But not every class or not every race could be a multi-class mage. That was kind of an elf thing. So it was kind of tied to your racial identity. And it also was something that you set at level 1. It was like you were this thing from the very beginning of the game. So I really liked that. And like the third edition era, where they introduced this idea of like sprinkling on multiclassing as you leveled up, created a lot of problems in the game because the onboarding stuff that you got at low levels in order to make your class function became broken when people could just dip into your class for a level or two and get all of your onboarding stuff straight away with very little loss. So I think it created more problems than it was worth. Catching up on Berserker right now. Never like automatically getting a thing on a martial, but the rest of it seemed like a good time. I'm assuming you're talking about speaking to the ancestors. I could buy that. I don't really think that that's really, a thing. That doesn't necessarily seem magical to me, right? That almost seems more like spiritual and in a, kind of a more normative way, even if it's not quote unquote magical. Right. Humans could dual class, but that was a whole separate issue that was really ridiculous and difficult and literally represented your character starting over again, Okay, so we can be a Path of the Mountain Heart. So this sounds like this is like the really tough barbarian. Berserker, sorry. Whenever you expend your Fury dice, you get to add the value of the die. So if you are a Mountain Heart, you can add Strength plus Dex plus the die. Nice. Whenever you expend hit dice to recover hit points, you can heal wounds instead of 10 hit points. Sick. Unbreakable. Once per encounter. When raging, if you would suffer your last wound, you don't. So you get to stay in a little bit longer. If you miss or crit or are crit, you get to rage. That's awesome. And if you are dying, this is level 15, if an attack against you would be a crit, it is re-rolled. But you still get the benefit of Titan's Fury. Path of the Red Mist, this is our, slaughter, slaughter, slay. Blood Frenzy, whenever we crit or kill an enemy, change one of our Fury dice to our maximum. I gotta say, I love the Fury dice resource. I love the fiddliness of it. I love changing the die value, cashing in the die, treating it as a resource, treating it as a debuff, cashing it in for damage absorption, cashing it in for moving, using the value, changing the value. I think that's awesome. I love that kind of meta currency in a way much more than I enjoy just like gaining points. I think this feels much more tactical, and I think it feels much more, tactily, not tactile, not tactical, but tactile, and I really like that. You get blind sight to track down blood. If you're raging, you can gain a wound to reroll any attack or save. Love it. I love that, especially because the wounds don't actually do anything until you drop dead from them. While raging, you can make opportunity attacks without disadvantage, and you may use them when enemies enter your reach. And then in onslaught, you get to move really fast, and once around, you can even move for free. So this is obviously really nice. This is like getting a bonus action. B, if you remember correctly, at the end, they pointed out to me that actually it was a good thing. And I changed my mind on that. I liked it. Instead of viewing it as saving versus spending, it was a consolation prize while you were building up. And I actually like that. So if you remember, by the end, chat basically said, hey, if you think about it, it's not that you're saving, it's that you are saving. And while you're saving, you're going to get these cool bonuses. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a cool way to view it. So that's it. That's the Berserker. And I got to say something. Couple things. Oh, wait. Yep, that's it. So 2 subclasses. They fit on 1 page. All of the Savage Arsenals fit on 1 page. All of your level-based abilities fit on 2 pages. And, you know, the fun flavor and art fits on 2 pages. That is tight, efficient design. There feels like that the juice. So we talk about efficiency of design. And we talk about increasing complexity to increase the depth of a class. And we talk about the slope of that line being the efficiency. This is not the deepest, most complex class of all time. But the efficiency of the class is undeniable. Like, you are getting a lot of bang for your buck here. You're getting a lot of juice for the squeeze. And, you know, my litmus test here is like, Bob, you know, would Bob play this game? Would Bob love this class? Bob would adore this class. Would Smith enjoy this class? And I apologize if you're new here and you don't know who these people are, but if you've watched Knights of the Last Call in the past, these are my friends that I play with, and, you know, they're members, you know, on my shows and help me run the channel, or at least they used to, before they both got really busy. Smith is my buddy who I've been playing with for 35 years, you know, or 30 plus years. He's very, knows everything about games, and he's very, 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 you know, one of the few people who I know who knows as much or more than me. And then there's Bob. You know, Bob's been playing games since, you know, 2020, 2021. He's, you know, a kid at heart, and, you know, he likes to have a good time. I think that this would appeal to a Johnny player. I think it would appeal to a Timmy player, and even probably a Spike. You know, this feels very nimble. Now, is the draw steal? I don't even remember the name of the class. Is the draw steal barbarian more complicated than this? Yes. Is it deeper gameplay? Yes. But is it a lot more work to get it? Yes. So you are getting a deeper gameplay with draw steal, but you're doing a lot more work to get it. Does that make sense? So real quick here, just adding in here, self-confessing, I'm kind of stuck on wondering, who is this game for? Do people really want rules light games, also want to go from 1 to 20? That's the thing, self-confessed cynic. I don't think that this is a rules light game. I mean, as far as I can tell, I mean, your character class here, you're going to have like 5 or 6 core abilities, plus you're going to have 7 of your Savage Arsenal abilities, plus you're going to have your subclass features. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, this is a fairly complex character. I don't really think it's, you know, rules light in that regard. I like what Evan said. It's rules tight, not rules light. It cuts out a lot of the fat. And I think we're programmed to think that more rules is necessarily better. I didn't see anything here that would make me go, oh, like this is a really super hyper simplification of it. So yeah, I mean, again, I would just call this really efficient design. Yes, it doesn't have rules for some of the most extreme corner cases, but given you know, the ability to apply advantage and disadvantage, I mean, it's the same game as 99% of D20 games, right? You're rolling a skill bonus, you're adding your stat. You might have advantage, you might have disadvantage. The DC might change. I mean, that does a lot of heavy lifting in most of these games. It still has a bunch of statuses and effects. And yeah, I mean, you know, I think the main core takeaway is that we're just skipping the attack roll and just moving straight to the damage roll. And the only difference is if you roll a 1, it's a miss. So there is still that slight chance of missing, you know? Now, to someone's point about classes feeling the same. So one of the advantages of Pathfinder 2 is that unless you're like, you know, taking some pre-made super build that you read off the internet, the chances that you make the same character as somebody else are like 0%, right? There are so many permutations of a character. And so, you know, when we talk about Johnny as a player archetype, the Johnnies play games because they want to use the game to express something about themselves. They want to show off their creativity. They want to express an idea in the context of the game. And this is where games like Pathfinder 2 get a huge leg up, because you are able to mechanically, through choosing an obscene number of skill feats, ancestry feats, and class feats, is that you can basically build whatever character you want, and no other character will have ever been built like that ever before. And then there's this, and here's the where, you know, people might say, well, yeah, I mean, there's 7 of 12 arsenals, 2 different subclasses, but all the subclasses are going to be, you know, all the same, right? I think for me, hold on one second. All right, that was really weird. I heard the strangest sound coming from outside. It was a street sweeper going down the road, but it just sounded like it was crazy. Anyways, what I say to this is there are people, this is kind of a elitist take. There are some people who go, look at how cool and unique my character is. I built them, see? I don't give a shit how you built your character. Like, for me, what defines who a character is and what a character is isn't the feats that you chose. It's what you did. Like, tell me about what your character did. Tell me about the cool heroic actions that you took. I think some people think that making a cool build makes your character cool, and I don't view it that way. It's almost like cheating your way into being cool, like buying your way into, you know, a degree. You didn't earn it, and so I think that part of the problem with some people in the role-playing game hobby is that they think that all they need to do to make a cool character is have some really cool, unique build. And I could give a shit about your build. All I want to know is, what did you do with it, right? And, you know, the quote from Mouse Guard is, you know, it matters not what you fight, but what you fight for. And I would kind of argue that, you know, it doesn't matter what your PC build is. It matters what you did with it. And so that, you know, that's kind of how I feel about it. And I think a lot of people have this expectation that they can just build a cool PC. And I don't think you can. I don't give a shit about your character just because you build something. I want to know what you did. So I don't really care that, you know, 2 characters with the same subclass are going to have the same abilities. Because number one, let's be honest with ourselves, I have 5,000 RPGs behind me. Like, am I really going to play a game? I mean, maybe this is a problem for people who've been playing 5e nonstop for 10 years and they refuse to play anything else. And maybe they, I don't know, their campaigns only last 3 months before they make new characters because apparently nobody gets past level 6 or something, according to survey data. Maybe that's a problem. But that's not a problem for me. And, you know, I'd be lucky if we ever played this game, a game like this, any game, you know, Draw Steel, Nimble, Fabula Ultima, pick a game. I'd be lucky if I ever played it 3 times. So am I going to, you know, do I need to worry about the repeated squeeze for the 35th time? No, I don't. So that's my take on that. Anyways, this is a really cool class, and I think I really like that. Beowulf says everyone starts at level 4 and the game ends before level 9. I thought it was everyone starts at level 3. I thought that was what they did here, but level 2 janitor, I noticed that too. It stinks that Rampage goes into the second column. It's like, come on, we could have made it fit somehow. I don't know. Yeah, I am so for fewer stats and fewer skills. I hate them and they're boring. And honestly, I'm okay with, you know, cutting out skills entirely, to be honest with you. Or even just to have generic suggestions of realms of proficiency. And then, you know, we can basically discuss and say, yeah, because of your character's background, you get a bonus to this, you know, but yeah. Yeah, give me less. I want less skills, not more. In fact, I think they're boring. I agree with FL4G. Super granular skills are awful. Yes, I agree. You know, I think Forbidden Lands, there's 4 stats in Forbidden Lands. I think there's 4 skills per stat, so there's 16 skills in the game. I think it's great. I think that's perfect. Yeah, I mean, right, what's the old territory? What's the old saying be? A map is not the territory, right? So, you know, a cool build is not a character, right? A map is not the territory. A map is not the territory. A character sheet is not the character. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm just kind of try to catch up here. Mea culpa. It's okay, Evan. We forgive you. This is a great class. I really think this is a lot of fun. William says, breaking news, Derek and Beowulf disagree. News more at 11. Yeah, level 2 gender says super granular skills are for people with completely opposite motivations for playing from me. Agree. Also agree. Okay. Well, this seems like a blast. So, I mean, I think Smith and Bob would both play this class and have a fun time with it. And that is a really good thing because those people come from very different sides of the spectrum. And in fact, I think Smith would take Path of the Mountain Heart, and I think Bob would take Path of the Red Mist. So this is fantastic. All right, let's go to the cheat. Cloak and Dagger and Dagger. They don't call themselves a cheek, of course, but you know that's what they do. All right, so we got Dex and Inch. So we got key stats on both sides of the fence. D6 hit dice. Start with 10 hit points. Good Dex, bad will. Leather armor. Dex weapons. Sneak attack. Once a turn. When you crit, deal plus 1d6 damage. So obviously that's going to incentivize us to use low dice damage so we crit more often. Once per turn, Vicious Opportunist. When you hit a distracted target with a melee attack, you may change the primary die roll to whatever you like. Changing it to the max value counts as a crit. Distracted. A target is distracted if it's adjacent to or taunted by an ally or it cannot see you. So, question. So this isn't an action, right? We can just only do it once a turn. And we can basically, you know. Now, what's interesting about this is, you know, it changes it to a crit. But technically, oh, we can't crit if we're not proficient. I was going to say, couldn't we just use like a D12 weapon and change it to a 12? And I remember that you can't crit if you're not proficient. Yeah, this is really great. With the dev in the chat, this is a great opportunity to ask why on the earth this class of all things gets the in the name. Is it just a Homestar reference? So my question is, why would you ever not set it to max damage? I don't know, Core. Maybe there's something else we could find here. And Evan says Homestar runner mostly. All right. Level 2, cheat. Gain the following. So this is like literally like getting your what is it called? Cunning action. Once per round, you may move or hide for free. Once per day, you may change any skill check to a take 10. If you roll less than 10 on initiative, you may change it to 10. You get advantage when you're cheating on stuff. Magic? No, the cheat has abilities that may look magical, but they don't have to be. Subclass. Sneak attack becomes D8, and we get Thieves' Cant. We get ability, and we get underhanded ability. So basically, every class gets its own feat list, which I actually really like. In addition, we get a cool way to respec. So if we spend a night talking shop during a safe rest, we may choose different cheap options. Pretty cool. Twist the Blade as an action. Change one of your sneak attack dice to whatever you like. Quick read. Once per encounter, gain advantage on an assess check. Once per day, gain advantage on an examination check. These are a little fiddly. I'm not saying that they're bad, but like there's a lot of things here that we can use. X per round, X per day, X per encounter, X per round. It does start to become a lot, maybe, potentially, to start tracking. Once per safe rest. So now we're tracking something on a round basis, an encounter basis, a day basis, and a safe rest basis. Just saying. After a distracted enemy attacks you, you may change the primary dice roll to whatever you like, and changing it to the minimum counts as a miss. Again, I don't know if there's ever a reason why you wouldn't change it to minimum or why you would change it to maximum, but we know that. Sneak attack becomes 2d8, 2d10, 2d12. Free. Sneak attack becomes 2d20, 3d20. Oh, it gets really up there. And we get an epic boon. All right, let's see what our tricks are. Creative accounting. Steal up to your intelligence modifier actions from your next turn and gain them now. The next time you would gain actions, subtract the number stolen. You cannot use this 2 turns in a row. That's awesome. I mean, I'm not really sure what's happening here. Are we temporally stealing from the future self or, you know, whatever? But it's a cool gamist ability. I'm not going to try to think too hard about how it's diegetic, but if you miss for the second time in a round, you can change it to any die roll you want instead. So if you miss and then you miss, you can change it to a crit. That's pretty good. You are cheating. That's what's happening. You know what? That actually checks out. This is so fun. Yeah, no, I wasn't missing. Okay, I was just setting you up for a feint. So it's almost like you want to miss twice in a row because that's critting. This is also very nice because the dice that crit a lot are also going to be dice that miss a lot. So this gives you kind of a fun way to turn that miss into your advantage. Look at, like, even this. How'd you get here? 2 actions, and they put it in quotation marks. Teleport. Right? And they put it in quotation marks because they're like, look, you may not really be teleporting, right? But, you know, from our perspective, from a mechanic's perspective, you're teleporting. But what really happened? I don't know. It just got out of there somehow. Misdirection. You gain armor equal to your intelligence. Whenever you defend, you may have the damage instead. Okay, it's kind of like a evasion for damage. When you land a critical hit for the second time on a turn, your target loses 1 action and you gain 1 action. Now, that's a little confusing to me because do the monsters get, like, action points like the way players do? I didn't think that they did. Maybe someone can explain that a little bit better to me. Sunder armor. When you crit an armor with a medium armor, you sunder their armor. Until the start of your turn, all melee attacks. So this is a great way to buff your allies. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, monsters just typically have one action, so you steal their whole turn. Pretty cool. Obviously, against like maybe like a solo or something, or a big legendary monster or whatever. Monsters do not. Okay. I just wondered because this says they lose one action. So I didn't know if they had an action to steal. Right. I like that the same fading attack only happens on the second attack, right? You know? Right, Cinnabos. Your first attack might crit. Then you attack with your second action, which misses. So then you attack with your third action. That misses, which you change into a crit. And because you just critted for the second time, you steal their tempo, which is pretty cool. And then we got subclasses. We got the Silent Blade. I swear this is the name of an ability from Draw Steel, I think, right? Or something close to it. If a creature dies when you sneak attack them, you may turn invisible until you attack again or until the beginning of your next turn. You also get advantages on stealth checks if you're at full health. Twice per encounter. So now we have something we track twice per encounter. When you land a sneak attack, you may force the target to make a save. On a failure, instead of rolling your sneak attack dice, they deal the maximum amount of damage. When you land a sneak attack, you may force the target to make a strength save. On a failure, instead of rolling your sneak attack dice, they deal the maximum amount of damage. Who is they? Oh, they is the dice. Okay. I would totally have said on a failure, instead of rolling your sneak attack dice, the dice deal the maximum amount. The sneak attack dice deal the maximum amount of damage or something like that. That was actually really confusing to me. But hey, I like this. If your target saves, you regain the use. So very cool. So it's only usable when it's only consumed when you actually get value out of it. If you crit an enemy that has fewer max HP than you, it dies. Awesome.
I am strong.
I love it.
Strong.
So this is our assassin. Level 2 Jen says, I really like the whole, yeah, you're doing teleports and turning invisible, but it's not magic. That's a really good fantasy for me. And I agree. I think that's really awesome. Because the game clearly says they're not magic. You know, you can make them magic if you want to, but you know, this is what rogues do, even when they're not magical in movies and cinema and stuff like that. So it's very appropriate and cinematic. Mechanically, how do we represent that? We represent it with teleports. We represent it with turning invisible. But in the fiction, what it is your character is just really, really good at, you know, avoiding line of sight, distracting people, moving quickly, you know, whatever. You know, yeah, it's like Batman. Batman doesn't teleport or turn invisible, but you could be, you know, mistaken for thinking that he can. And this level 15 ability I love. I love that it comes in at level 15, not level 20. I'm actually going to say something here that's going to be really, really controversial. I kind of wish this game only went to level 10. You know, maybe went to level 12 or something like that. I feel like going to level 20. I know if Vin was here, he'd be like, oh, all games need to go to level 20. My games don't get to level 20, you know? I'm just kind of like, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'll make a level 10 hack version of this game and just condense everything into, yeah, I mean, I'm sure it is mostly for 5e compatibility, yeah. So there you go. They made a game design choice. I'm just saying I am pro 10 level games these days, you know. Maybe 12, you know. Little dagger heart there. There you go. Evan says the higher levels are mostly for dreaming mostly for dreaming and fantasizing about. There you go. So this is kind of our scoundrelly character. If we sneak attack somebody, we can spend 2 of our actions to incapacitate their target. So we can basically stun somebody out. By the way, I have no problem with monsters being stunned. I have problems with players being stunned, personally, incapacitated. We can get social influence. gaining advantage on influence checks with a player. We can have sand. If we defend against an attack, we can blind them. Escape plans. If we go to 0 hit points or gain a wound, instead we don't. We can do that once per rest. Heads, I win. Tails, you lose. Once per encounter. Attacks you make this round don't miss. And you crit on 1 less than what is normally needed. And you gain your level temporary hit points. I wonder how this made it into the design equation, you know? Because it's kind of like, okay, you can't miss, and you can crit on like a 3 or a 4 instead of just a 4, and then you gain this. I mean, you're still going up against 5e monsters, Vin. So, like, you're still fighting creatures that have 280 and 300 hit points. So, I mean, the numbers kind of go burr. All right. So that was that. Let's take a look at a spellcaster. I'll take a look at the wizard. What am I looking for here? Does this not have bookmarks? Interesting. Or at least maybe I turned them off. I don't know. Wonder why this doesn't have bookmarks. All right, Mage. Hell yeah. Crackle, crackle. Looks cool. All right, we can customize spells, we can stretch time, we can get extra dimensional vision, elemental mastery, chaos, or control. We are int and will, so we're double mental stats, d6 hit dice, 10 hit points, cloth armor, blades, staves, and wands. We get fire, ice, and lightning cantrips. So that's 3 of the 6. So we don't get, what is it, radiant, necrotic, and radiant, necrotic, and whatever the other one is. Mana. And, oh, wait, so at the beginning, so at level 1, we only know cantrips, huh? Okay. That's kind of cool. So we don't even have mana available to us. Wind, thank you. Wind. 200 to 300 hit points, rookie numbers. I mean, that's what D20 games use. Pathfinder 2 uses that number. Like, monsters in Pathfinder 2 at, like, 20th level, 15th level, 16th level have, like, 300, 350 hit points. Yeah, banana. Thank you, Ira. I was confused by the banana. What's up, Agile Monk? Good to see you. Mana and unlock tier 1 spells. So at level 2, we unlock our tier 1 spells and gain a mana pool in order to cast them. This mana pool's maximum is always int modifier times 3 plus level and recharges on a safe rest. Level 2 janitor.
Level 2 janitor tipped $4. I want to see the ranger equivalent class before stream ends if you're feeling up for it. I'm curious about how this game handled it.
All right, we'll take a look. All right, we'll go a little bit quicker through the mage then. So let's say our int is 2. Assuming we didn't min-max, but if I'm a wizard, I probably would min-max, because if any class is going to min-max, it really feels like it should be the wizard. So let's say my int is 3. So I have 9 mana plus my level, which is 2. So I have 11 points of mana. Talented researcher, we get advantage to our arcana and lore checks. We get a subclass at 3. If we basically study or tutor, we can respec our character. We also get at a utility. Oh, we learn all the utility spells. Oh, so when we unlock the tier, we get all of those spells. That's awesome. Okay, wow. Okay, we get all the tier 1 fire, ice, and lightning spells. That's a lot of spells. That's cool. And then we also get all the utility spells of a single school. At level 4, we get spell shaper abilities, which are kind of like sound like they're going to be meta magic effects. By spending more mana, we can change our spells. We now get tier 2 spells, and we can upcast spells to tier 2. Elemental Surge. When you roll initiative, regain will mana that expires at the end of the combat if unused. So that's a nice little piece of tech to keep people from breaking the system. It's a little gamey, but I applaud its effort. That is well done. I will say that. Like, that is smart. And like, this, it obviously prevents abuse. It's somewhat diegetic, right? It's just a surge of adrenaline and your attunement with the elements. It's only with it's when you roll initiative specifically. And it basically gives you a temporary mana pool boost for just this fight. And obviously you're always going to use that will mana first. That's a great way to do this and not make your long-term mana problems. This is a very well-designed ability. Yeah. Okay. Our cantrips get better too. We get tier 3, we can upcast, we get another utility spells from another school. Upcast, level 4. More mana. Okay, so pretty much everything else, just more spells, more abilities, more spell shapers, epic boon, yada, yada, yada. All right. We may use 1 per turn. So we gain more of these as we level up. I think we gain 6 or 7 of them. So for example, if we spend 1 or more mana, we can add +4 range to a spell for each additional mana spent. So we could spend 2 or 3 mana to add 12 squares of range to a spell. And remember, the lightning bolt spell that we saw had a range of already 12. So now you're talking about a spell with a range of 24 squares. Echo casting. 2 times mana, minimum 1 mana. Whenever you cast a tiered single target spell, you may cast a copy of that spell on a second target for free. Elemental destruction. After you hit with a spell, you may spend 1 or more mana up to your will score to re-roll the dice. This is very cool. These are fun meta magics, and we get them for free. You can ignore line of sight. Your spell will phase through barriers. Oh, look at this. You can spend an additional action to reduce the mana cost of a spell by 2 down to a minimum of 1. So this is like an anti thing. This makes a spell cheaper by taking longer to cast it. Very cool. Precise casting. To spend 1 or more mana. Choose 1 creature per mana to be unaffected. Drop an AoE right into the middle of a party. Spend a couple points of mana. Keep your people safe. And this one is the opposite. Spend 2 mana and reduce the action cost of a spell by 1 to 1. This is very cool. This is very well done. Change our damage type. Little, what's the name of that? Feat. There was a meta magic feat from 3rd edition that changes the elemental type. I used to take it all the time because it was busted. I think it was a +0. I don't think it didn't actually cost anything. This is really, really cool. These are really, really neat. Echo casting is way better than Twin Spell. Methodical Spellweaver is easily the most interesting meta magic I've seen. I think it's really, really neat. Agile Monk, thank you for the super chat. For those of you not tried Nimble 2nd edition, I want to give it my 210% recommendation. It is worth every cent. Yeah, it seems really, really cool and really, really great. I think there are other games, obviously, that do different things, but I'm having a hard time wondering why you would ever play 5th edition if this game exists, honestly. Because I feel like you're getting everything that's good about 5th edition, and yet it's simpler, clearer cut, quite frankly, more fun in gamey in that way, more flexible, and solves a lot of the silly problems that 5e can bump into because of certain legacy issues and, sacred cows. So, yeah. Like, I could see why you would still want to play Pathfinder 2 if you really want to build a super hyper complicated character with, 30 or 40 or 50 feats or whatever you get by the time you're level 20. And really, mechanically build that out. But I really have a hard time. I mean, all the classes from 5th edition are represented here. All the races, their ancestries are represented here, plus all the, frog people and bunny people. You have skills. It's a slightly trimmed down list. You have ability scores, but let's be honest with ourselves. Like, Constitution's a dumb stat anyways. You get a subclass still. You get feats, but they're tailored to your class, and they're way cooler, in my personal opinion. Like, I think I could, as a player, I could see myself taking all of these, right? Extra range and flexible extra range, like being able to go really, really far distance, is really cool. Good night, Ira. Echo casting could be very powerful. I mean, again, it could be for a buff, it could be for a debuff, it could be for a damage spell.
I am
Yeah.
strong.
Damien, thank you for 40 months of supporting this adventure. Damien, thank you so much, my friend. Now, Damien, now that you're over here in the Midwest, I don't know, is PA, well, where you're in the PA, I guess it still counts as the Midwest. I don't think it technically does, but one of these days, once we get things going again, maybe Damien, you have to make a trip over to the new studio if we ever get it actually running. Damien says I would go with this or A5E instead of 5E, depending if I want to go light or complex. To be clear, if I'm playing 5E, it's because I want to go light. So, and as Evan said, this is rules tight, not rules light, and that seems reasonable to me. I don't feel like I'm, again, I don't know 5E like the rest of you do, but I don't feel like I'm losing anything here. You know, I mean, there's some cool stuff in here that's definitely worth, stealing, and some of the ideas in here I think were really cool. I love these downtime things here.
Strong.
Self-confessed cynic coming in with 41 months of supporting the adventure. Thank you for 41 months of supporting us. The reason why we even have YouTube memberships, by the way. PowerPoints are back, baby. Has always been the best spellcasting system. Yes, and it does seem to get it without getting into a ridiculous level. I mean, I think your int can get up to, it starts at, let's say, 3. Is there a maximum that you can have to your score, by the way? So like if we're int and so int would be 4, int would be 5, int would be 6, int would be 7. Okay, so like the highest you can get a stat is 6. Okay, so that means that we would have 18 plus our level. So we'd have like 38 mana, or around 40 mana, maybe, by the end of the game. That seems like a lot to me. Plus, we're getting this free will recharge. That makes will a lot more interesting, which I really like. So, anyways, this is really, really cool. Control table. Magic is dangerous. What is this? Did I miss something? What control table is? Oh, that is for the subclass. Okay. Invoker of Control. Force of Will. Once per round. On your turn, you may demand control. Choose one option from the control table, which you have not yet chosen. It only resets when you roll initiative or if you've chosen all of them. Very cool. So you can cast a cantrip for free. It can't miss. You can choose a creature, and they gain charged, smoldering, or slowed. Choose a creature. It cannot harm a creature of your choice. Lose control. Do all of the above, but the GM chooses them all. Huh, that's sick. Basically, you can control reality, but only for so long. Do we have to choose? Okay, you may. Okay. Deny fate. Whenever you miss with a spell or effect you cause is saved against, you must demand control. Okay. I was like, so I just won't choose the last one. Okay. So if you've chosen all 3, wow, this is a fun little mini meta game right here. I wasn't expecting this. At level 7, we extend our ability because we must learn all spells at any cost, and we learn Necrotic School. We can ignore all disadvantages and negative effects on your next action, then demand control. So I like how demand control is like a buff until it's not, and then it's a painful. Steal Will. When you would fail a save, you may succeed instead. And Supreme Control. When you demand control, you may choose to trigger the selected option twice. You may demand control as a reaction. Wow. This is really cool stuff. I don't even know. I mean, I'm sure you guys are smart people, but I don't know if you understand how cool the implications of this is. This is really, really neat. Like the ability to choose these, and then you're using the same table as like a clock that you want to fill, but if you overfill it, then it burns you. And so there's this really interesting tension that goes to this. Yeah, it's very cyclical. We were talking in one of the Daggerheart channels about making a subclass or making a class, and we talked about having like a cycle of abilities. Correct. Yeah, I love the idea of the cycling results. That's a great way of putting it, B. Yeah. This is way cooler. Right, because it's very ordered, right? It's very control until it's not, right? Like they have utter control until you lose, until you can't maintain control against magic for that long until it blows back at you, So that's really well designed. This is really cool. Now, what I'm hoping is, okay, so we have a chaos table. Okay. Force of Chaos. Whenever you cast a spell, you can choose to spend one less mana. Whenever you do this, and whenever you crit, invoke Chaos, roll on the Chaos table. Where's the Chaos table? It's a secret for the GM only. Suffice to say, rolling a 1 is really bad, but rolling a 20 is awesome. Sure, you could spoil it, but let the chaos reign. We're not going to look at it. I don't want to spoil it. Or maybe I want to spoil it a little bit. So this is what a fun. Now this is fun because you're like, look, it's not just like spend it. It's whenever you cast a spell, make it cheaper. But man, it could be awesome or it could be really bad. But also, even if you wanted to avoid this, when you crit, chaos is unleashed. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So Cinnabos has a question. GM hat on. How do you resolve lose control? So, I would have my wizard, or I'm sorry, my mage. They would cast a cantrip for free. They would ignore all disadvantage. It cannot miss. I would probably shoot one of my allies. I would then probably choose one of my allies, one of my PC's allies, and make them charged or smoldering or, slowed, whatever's going to fuck them. And then I would choose one of my creatures, and it can't be harmed by, say, the mage or the berserker that's about to attack them. And I would, try to fuck my party over. I would try, that's how I would do it, right? Chaos is rewarping, and unshaping itself and trying to fight back, right? You can twist the pattern only so far before it snaps. Okay, Tempest Mage. They can learn an additional, so our Order Mage could pick, they all get Fire, Ice, and Lightning. The Order Mage picks up Necrotic. The Chaos Mage picks up Wind. So they get all the elements, I guess, except for Earth. Chaos Lash. Once per encounter, a reaction, an enemy moves adjacent to you. They are pushed back 2 and knocked prone potentially as well. But if you use this, you have to invoke Chaos and roll on the table. Thrive in Chaos. Whenever you invoke Chaos, you may roll twice and cause both effects. You may choose which roll to use instead. Roll them both, baby. You only get to do it once per safe rest, though. Oh, come on. That's come on. Could have. I don't know what it should have been, but it should have been like once per camp rest or something like that. I want this to happen more often. And whenever you invoke chaos, roll with advantage. So remember, 20 is awesome. So we do this all the time in our Dragonbane game. Dragonbane is a game that uses boons and banes, which are just advantage and disadvantage. But we have created tables like our injury table, and we'll have things like a monster when it crits you or when it rolls you on the injury. It'll say roll on the injury table with a bane, right? Because it's more likely, even though it's not an attack roll, the table goes from good to bad. And so you're more likely to roll bad or you're more likely to roll good. And we have this on a number of our tables. Like, for example, the fishing table, the rare catch table, you roll on it with 2 banes. So you roll on it with double disadvantage. So you're very unlikely to get the fish that's at the top of the list, right? You're 1 in, 8,000 to catch that fish. And you're more likely to get the fishes at the bottom of the list. So it's a cool way to sort of, do this. Yeah, you can always choose to do the first effect. Only the choosing which one is limited. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Whenever you invoke... Okay, so sorry. I read that wrong. Thank you, Evan. So it is cool. Never mind. I take back what I said. Thrive in Chaos. Whenever you invoke Chaos, roll twice to take both attempts. You can only, once per safe rest, which is not very often, do you get to chicken out and say, okay, I'm only going to take the 1. Thank you. Okay, cool. Whenever you invoke chaos, you may roll twice and cause both effects. The only thing about this is it gives you a choice. And there's a part of me that feels like it should say, whenever you invoke chaos, roll twice and cause both effects. Just saying. I might house rule that and get rid of the may. You must roll twice and cause both effects. You know what? Like the chaos, we're not about choosing, okay? If you want to choose, you can do that once per safe rest. But that's just me. This was a really fun mage. I was pleasantly surprised to see that the class got all of the spells. So you start off the game with 2 cantrips from fire. So you get Flame Dart to do good damage at a decent range, and also set up the Smoldering for further action, single target. And you can also give an ally in range an extra action. You can also spend a mana to cast this when it's not your turn. So remember, at level 1, our mage could go blast somebody with a Flame Dart, give an ally an extra action, and then potentially damage and blind an ally or blind an enemy that's next to us, right? Or drop on Ice Lance. So we have 6 cantrips just from the beginning of the game, which is very, very, very cool. But then we do not have mana at level 1. We do not get mana till level 2. So then at level 2, we get all of the tier 1 spells. So we pick up Ignite, we pick up Frost Shield, and we pick up Arc Lightning. So already at level 2, we have 6 cantrips, 3 tier 1 spells, and a number of our spells potentially can be upcast. Like Frost Shield can be upcast. Heart's Fire can spend a mana to use it in an off turn. Ignite can be upcast. I mean, we're level 2. This is a pretty nice thing. 4d10 damage, but it can only be to a smoldering target. Upcast plus 10 damage, right? So if we want to spend the mana to cast this spell, now, Evan, I may have missed it. What is our limit on upcasting? I don't know if there's like, is there like a section on magic here? You can spend additional mana on tiered spells up to the tier you have unlocked. So at level, let's say our max tier is 2. Okay. So I can cast, Alacrity, right? I can upcast this twice, even though it's tier 2. I can upcast all my spells twice because my max tier is 2. Is that right? Interesting. So Ignite is 4d10. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Okay. So it's like, that's the max level. So, okay. So when we first get Ignite, we cannot upcast it. So it does 4d10. But then when we can cast tier 2 spells, we can upcast this once, and it does 4d10 plus 10 damage, and it'll do 2. So in other words, the tier is always the mana cost, right? Because up cost is always 1. Is that right? Okay. So at tier 9, we could upcast this 8 times, and it would be 4d10 plus 80 to a single target. Assuming they were smoldering. They have to be smoldering, obviously. And with our Spell Shaper option, we could 4d10 plus 80, and we could do stuff like use Echo Casting. To reference that. That's pretty good. Yep, see my message above. What was your message above? Okay, I take it back. Ignite goes fucking burr. And here's something. Can I say this? By the way, this is something I actually really like. I love it when spells don't become obsoleted. I love that potentially Ignite might be your go-to single damage spell through the whole game. You know, it's almost like you look at at some of your early abilities as like, you know, your close friends. You know, like with your ability to spend a mana, just one mana to cast this off turn. Like I could see you casting Heart's Fire off turn as a reaction a lot. Like somebody's like, fuck, I just need one more action. And you're like, cool, Heart's Fire, you know. So I really, really like that we can just, you know, keep that going. And so I like that the spells are useful throughout the entire spectrum of the game. So that makes this spell list seem a lot bigger than it really is. Because now, even at level 14, you're going to be casting Heart's Fire. I imagine a lot. I think this is really fucking good. You know, the fact that the range increases, the fact that you can spend 1 point of mana to cast it when it's not your turn. I think that's huge. But then also the fact that you're going to be enchanting Weapon and igniting and Flame Bear. You're going to be doing these spells throughout the course of the game. And so by the time we get into the late game, I mean, you're going to have a very large, you're going to have 3 pages of spells. Plus in the case of, you know, like the Order Mage, right? You're going to pick up, and you're also going to pick up potentially a couple of these utility spells. You're actually going to have a lot of spells and they're all going to be really good, but you're going to be able to cast them at all sorts of different power levels. Plus, all of them are going to get spell shaped, reducing their cost, increasing their cost, right? Like if your mage is in a situation, now I may have missed this. Okay. Spells range from 2 actions to 1 action to 3 actions. Okay. Dragon form is 5 actions. And we saw earlier that you can take multiple actions over the course of several turns. So no core. What I believe it means, and I could be wrong about this, is let's say the first round of combat, I spend 1 action on it, and then I spend my other action to cast an Ignite, or my other 2 actions to cast Ignite. Then in round 2, I cast a Heart's Fire, and then I cast 2 actions into Dragon form. So now Dragon form is at 3 of 5. And then finally, in round 3, I cast 1 more Heart's Fire, and then I cast, I finalize my Dragon form, you know. Or you may want to set it up so that you cast your final Dragon form with a single action so that you can go right into its immolating breath. I think I read that correctly, that it's like a bucket. I could be wrong, but, you know, maybe there's some restriction that I missed about casting, but I could be wrong. What it said about casting spells over multiple turns. Actions. I don't remember where that was. Okay. FL4G says, you are correct, but if you do cast across multiple turns, you mean to maintain concentration, and that makes perfect sense. It makes it not just a free roll, it makes it a little bit, you know, more chancy, a little bit more invisible, or a little bit more, you know, critical to stay protected. And as a reminder, a character can only concentrate on 1 activity at a time. Whenever you're crit while concentrating, they have to make a DC 10 strength save. Failure means that they are broken. It also drops if you go to 0. So there you go. And people are telling me to go to 15. 15? It doesn't seem to have it there. Core rules, page 15. Am I missing this something? 16. Got it. Okay. For activities that cost more than 1 action, your actions can be spent over multiple turns of combat as long as concentration is maintained and you do not perform other actions or reactions in the meantime unless they are free. Oh, okay. So you can start casting it, but So that's neat. So he can't defend himself because you can't take other reactions or actions in the meantime unless they are free. So interestingly, so that's actually pretty cool, because if I'm reading this right, or if I'm understanding this right, I could cast Ignite on my turn. Let's say round 1. I cast Ignite, and I cast Ignite. I spend 2 actions, and then I start to cast a second Ignite for 1 action, and that means next round, assuming I can, not lose concentration, I can start my turn off with a 1 action Ignite, which is really, really cool. And interestingly, could I cast Heart's Fire while I'm concentrating? It doesn't say it's a free action, but it also doesn't say that it's a reaction. So I'm not sure. Interesting. It costs 1 action, so it's not free. Correct. I'm saying, what if I spend 1 mana to cast this when it's not? Oh, okay, I see. It still costs an action. Right, I got it. Okay, right. It's still taking an action. It's just not a reaction, but it's an action, but it's kind of a reaction. But it's still costing an action, which means you can't do it. Okay, fair enough. Makes sense. We're concentrating on our spell. Anyways, that's very cool, and I'm a big fan of that. All right, well, that's awesome. I mean, that's great. That's fantastic. Really, really cool stuff. Now, because level 2 asked, we are going to take a look at the Ranger, which I think is called the Hunter. So I'm assuming it's Marshall. Hey, Edward, thank you.
$5. How's it going? Good feelings about it so far, chat?
Yeah, I mean, so far I'm very impressed. This is fun. This seems like a great game. Like there are times when I want to play, a 5e Pathfinder 2 style game, and I just don't like the elements. I don't like how usually they're very heavy and very crunchy, and they're like just too much, or they're too simple. I like Shadow Dark, but I mean, it is a very different type of game. You're not getting your cool superhero fun powered abilities like you do in a game like this. So I think this occupies for me a very cool niche. It almost feels like Fabula Ultima in that way, but Fabula Ultima is obviously very narrative forward. This game is not narrative forward. I don't think I saw a single narrative mechanic in the entire game. Maybe there's some like in the GM book, maybe, but I definitely did not see any sign of, success at a cost, partial failure, 3, GM moves. I didn't see any of that. This seems like it's pretty trad in that way. Very cool. All right, so here's our Hunter. It's got kind of a tracker, hunt, deadly from afar or up close, hunt your prey down. All right, their Dex and Will, D8, 13, good Dex save, poor int save, leather armor, Dex weapons. Hunter's Mark, of course. Action. A creature you can see is marked as your quarry for a day or until you mark another creature. It can't hide from you, and your attacks against it get your choice of advantage or plus level to damage. Choose before each attack. And we get a Forager. And we get to choose and find skills in one or more. So at level 1, our Hunter basically can spend an action to hunt or mark somebody, making it us likely to be able to hit them or do bonus damage. So to hit or damage. And it's only +1 damage. So that feels a little anemic at level 1. So I imagine you're going to go with advantage more often than not. Maybe when your level gets really high, you might start taking this. But I imagine most of the time you're going to be doing this most of the time. So at level 1, this is a very basic class. Pretty cool. Level 2. Choose 2 Thrill of the Hunt abilities. Gain a charge to use these abilities during the encounter whenever your quarry dies or you hit your quarry in melee or crit at range. So it looks like we basically want to hunt down our prey. We want to kill them. We want to hunt them. We want to engage with them. And when we do so, the game rewards us with this temporary meta currency, a charge. Let's use our Thrill of the Hunt abilities. So let's go look at our Thrill of the Hunt abilities. We get 2 of them right away at level 2. Note, unless otherwise noted, these all cost 1 charge, cannot miss. Abilities that spend charges can't create new charges, and we lose them when the combat ends. And here we have all the fun, cool Ranger shenanigans. We've got green, green arrow / Hawkeye arrows, incendiary shot, addling arrow, hail of arrows, grease. We got traps. So very gamey. And by that, I mean gamist, right? Like, we have to have a charge in order to pull out a grease trap. It's not like a thing that we carry. It comes from our charges. So definitely, very
Sebastian tipped
lower
$3
on the simulation.
You convinced me. Just got the game. Here's your finder's fee. Winking face emoji. I think this will work really well for the after-school group I run.
Oh, Sebastian, I think this would work fantastic for especially younger people that maybe are more used to a certain style of game while not being overwhelming and super thick. Like, showing people the book that's this thin and say, yeah, the rules are like this. They'll be like, oh, okay, that's really, I can handle that. Very simple. Look, I think one of the biggest things that can turn people off to role-playing games when they're playing for the first time is missing a bunch. It's really hard to miss in this game, let alone miss multiple times in a row. So anyways, basically, if we kill our quarry, if we hit our quarry in melee or crit at range, and by the way, I like the respect put on melee. I mean, it's harder, it's more dangerous usually to engage in melee. So, if you want to get your charges at range, you're gonna have to crit. If you want to get your charges in melee, all you have to do is hit. So anyways, we've got cool bow actions, cool trap actions. We can taunt our enemy. We could get some bonus movement that doesn't take an action. So basically, as long as we are marking hunting targets and killing them, we are going to get cool benefits. And again, we get that. Now, I'm curious, if I hit my quarry in melee and then that kills it, do I get 2 charges? Because I think I should. But I like this because my party members can help me out, right? Like, if I hunt my target and I only get the benefits when I kill it, then I might be like, oh, guys, don't kill my target, This is cool. This means that, like, I don't feel bad if my allies kill my quarry. I'm like, cool, thanks, guys. You just gave me a charge. I really appreciate it. Now, if I take them out, cool. Game creator confirming you get 2 charges. That's a really feel-good moment, obviously. And then I like this. So this is the flip side of this. So gaining charges is cool. But what if I don't have any charges? Well, then you get roll and strike. If you have no Thrill of the Hunt charges, you can take this action. Move up to your speed towards your quarry. If you end adjacent to them, make a melee attack against them for free. So basically, this is going to... Because now, this is only for melee characters who obviously have to be in melee, whereas a ranged character could just, start shooting again. So this is neat because it gets you generating charges again quickly, which is really, really cool. FL4G says this was an explicit decision during the design process that you don't want it to make it feel bad when someone else kills your target. Well, very well done. Very smart to recognize that. We get Ranger, Hunter, Tracker bullshit. We get to choose a subclass. We get more Thrill of the Hunt abilities. Our speed goes up flat out. We also get climbing speed. Cool. At level 5, we get Hunter's Resolve. If you have no Thrill of the Hunt charges, we gain Hunter's Resolve. Treat all creatures as your quarry for the purposes of movement and melee attacks. Interesting. I see. So obviously, once we gain Thrill of the Hunt charges, this goes away. So, and if they are, everyone is our quarry, we will immediately gain one. But this is a really cool way to keep us from getting basically clogged out of gaining charges, making, again, more reasonable for melee characters to be able to get charges faster than ranged characters, which feels right because the ranged characters get the advantage of they don't have to spend actions moving. This is something that Pathfinder 2 could learn from, and it didn't. But the long and short of this is about action economy, and right, like a ranged character is going to spend a lot less. A ranged character is going to spend a lot less actions over the course of a film. We used to make jokes, right, that ranged characters are just like, a sentry gun. But a melee ranger is going to have to technically burn a lot more actions moving around. So a lot of these abilities are designed to make it so that the melee ranger isn't punished. And in fact, in some cases, is actually rewarded for, jumping into the mouth. Because historically, traditionally, monsters tend to be stronger in melee than they are at ranged. Damien says, as opposed to PF2, where if someone kills the ranger's prey, they are effectively giving the ranger slowed 1 for a round, right? Because they have to then spend a mark to requarry, and they can't do shit against people who aren't their quarry. Final takedown. As an action, spend 1 Thrill of the Hunt charge to make a melee attack against a bloodied quarry. Turn it into a crit and double the damage of your hunter's mark. If they survive, they crit you back. I love it. It's a push your luck mechanic. That's really fun. It means that the ranger gets this huge DPS boost, which I think is cool. A takedown. It's almost like an execute ability from World of Warcraft, which I really, really like. Versatile Bowmaster. Whenever you attack with a longbow, you may roll 2d4 instead of a d8. And with a crossbow, instead of rolling 2d8, you may roll 4d4. So here we go. So you're basically churning your longbow and giving you better chances to crit at the expense of having a higher chance of missing, theoretically. But if you have advantage and all this other stuff, it starts to become very unlikely that you are going to miss. And we know that you're going to have advantage because against your hunter's mark, you can gain your choice of advantage. More. No escape, level 9. Whenever you see 1 or more allies make an opportunity attack, you may make a ranged opportunity attack against the same target. Now, does that count as my action? Is that like a free bonus ranged opportunity attack, or does that use my action just like attack does? I'm curious. That is a little unclear to me in the wording of the ability. I'm assuming it does still make an action, or I'm assuming it still does take an action, but just double check it. It does cost an action as normal. Okay, right. The advantage is just that you're getting hit twice, right? Once by your ally, once by me, or potentially by multiple allies, but also by me from a distance. Veteran Starker, gain a Thrill of the Hunt charge whenever you are first bloodied in an encounter and for every wound that you gain. Cool. So as you go down, you get grizzled. Anything free says free. Got it. Bite Slicer says the same thing. Get to add your will to your ranged weapon damage. Okay, now we're getting back up because now our character could be adding dex and will and our level. It's getting pretty nasty, getting pretty gnarly. At level 18, we just get 1 Thrill of the Hunt charge for free at the start of our turn. And at level 20, Nemesis, when we do our Hunter's Mark, we can target any number of creatures, which is fantastic. So very cool. By the way, note that when you use one of your Thrill of the Hunt abilities, they also can't miss, which is pretty cool. So we get 2 ranger subclasses, the Shadow Path and the Wild Heart. So the Shadow Path is more of an ambusher and skilled, almost like a bounty hunter. When they roll initiative, they can use their Hunter's Mark for free right off the rip, and they get advantage on the first attack they make each encounter. Now, if I'm doing my math right, I can use my Hunter's Mark for free, gain advantage, and then gain another advantage on my first attack. So my first attack in the fight would be made with double advantage, which seems pretty sick at fishing for a crit. Maybe. You have advantage on skill checks to track creatures. and you also cannot become lost by non-magical means. Primal Predator at level 7. Once per encounter, our weapon attacks this entire turn ignore cover and armor. That's sick. You go up against a heavily armored guy who's ignoring the bonus to damage. They're ignoring the half the dice, and you just shred through that. This ranger is a DPS machine. Whenever you mark another creature, you may mark another creature. Whenever you mark a creature, you may mark another one, basically. So you get to mark 2 for 1. And then Apex Predator, you can use your Primal Predator Shred ability twice per encounter. You also get a Thrill of the Hunt charge automatically whenever you roll initiative. And then we have the Wild Heart, which is sort of more of the, druidic, in touch with nature ranger. They get better hit points, better hit dice. If they roll initiative or gain 1 or more Thrill of the Hunt charges, they can move up to half their speed. So a little bit more flexible in their positioning. Maybe a little bit more useful for a melee-based ranger, but potentially for a ranged ranger for sort of doing some kiting and falling back. Whenever you safe rest in a location near plants or fungi, you can get King's Foil. I mean, you can select healing herbs to craft a number of healing salves equal to your will. Healing salve, action, heal yourself or an adjacent creature. Will D6 hit points. So it's your will number of D6s, I guess. Is that how I'm supposed to read this? So if my will is +3, I heal them for 3D6. Only you or another experienced herbalist may administer these, and they expire when you safe rest. Once per safe rest, I'm over here. If an attack would cause you to drop to 0, you instead move away. So it's like 1 free get out of jail. And lastly, Unparalleled Survivalist, you get to add your willpower to your armor, or your will, sorry, I think it's just called. And whenever you attack with a ranged weapon, you may first move half your speed for free. So I think, most rangers are going to be pretty well benefited from having to actually legitimately being good at melee and good at melee and range. It doesn't seem like you're not really priced into any one form. Now, I didn't see it. What is the action to switch your weapons? Is there one? Can I have a bow and a sword at the same time? What are the handiness rules for this? In PF2, it's a nightmare. They actually had to create a whole separate feat chain just so you could swap your weapons. But one thing that I really like about this ranger is, notice, it's not 2 weapon wielding. It's melee and it's ranged, but it's not 2 weapon wielding. Now, you might want to wield 2 weapons. That might be a thing that you want to do. But I like that it doesn't specifically based around dual wielding weapons, because as I've said before, that had nothing to do with the ranger. That had to do with Dritz Stewardin, who learned the ability because he was a fighter and a drow. Check out the equipment page. A hero can sheath weapons or shields they are proficient with and equip a different weapon for free once per round. So there you go. Cool. So basically you can swap in and out for free. Perfect. There you go. So yeah, you could, start the turn at melee, right? Do damage in melee, move out of melee, swap into a bow, and then shoot. And then be in bow form, right? And go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I'm sure if somebody, for whatever reason, wanted to swap again, you could probably just charge them an action to do it if they wanted for some reason to do it a second time. That's easy enough. Let's take a look at the range weapons, see how good they are. Yeah, longbow's D8 plus dex piercing. That's pretty dang good. Range is 16. Pretty good. Nice. I like that the crossbow's kind of the beefy one. That's pretty nice. Crossbows actually feel like they do have a point in this game, although the load 1 action is rough. Pretty cool. Slings done dirty again. Well, they are vicious. Right? And vicious can be pretty cruel if you start chaining crits together. And they only do D4. So I think slings are either going to be very pink, 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 pink. And then sometimes you're going to David and Goliath them, right? And you're going to just do this insane crit that'll be like, oh my God, what just happened? And you're like, crit with a sling, baby. So, you know, it's a fun little like, you know. Also, you know, the only other option for bludgeoning damage is piercing, or is throwing hammers, which is kind of cool. Yeah. Great. This is really cool. Wow. I'm impressed. I think the game looks awesome. Really. I mean, I don't see why you would play 5th edition. Honestly, again, there's a reason, you know, for you to play a lot of the other games. I think those games are pretty cool. You know, this game is not competing with Daggerheart, right? You know, Daggerheart with its fear and hope meta currency and its, you know, very, you know, GM move when the players roll with fear and no initiative order. It's very different. And even PF2, which is D20, it is trad, but D20 is a very crunchy game. Draw Steel is a very crunchy game with a lot of decision points to be made, tons of feats. And quite frankly, that's going to be, you know, very heavy on you. And by the way, those choices continue. I know some people complain about this, but I actually prefer in games like D&D or whatever, to like, hey, you know what? Let me get my core abilities in through the first, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 levels. And I don't really want to just keep getting endless ability spam. I don't want new abilities all the time. I really don't. Past a certain point, I'm pretty good. Now, in this game, usually, even as you get into 15th level, you get some sort of extra ability from your subclass, or you get like a 7th, whatever. We're not calling them feats, but they're basically feats, right? They're tied to your class. I think that's more than sufficient. And I think if you play this with anybody who's played 5th edition, they'll pick it up nearly instantaneously. I do think there's some advantages if you've played like Pathfinder 2 and you're kind of used to the 3-action economy a little bit better. You know, maybe the best person would probably be someone who's familiar with 5e and Pathfinder 2. And obviously, if they've played Into the Odd or any of those hacks from that, you know, and they're familiar with the damage roll. But, you know, you basically just say, hey, we don't attack with damage. We don't make an attack roll. You just go straight to the damage. But if you roll a 1 on your first step, by the way, the whole thing to the left, I don't know why we didn't do this. You could tell me. Wouldn't you just, maybe you would just say like, pick a different color die. And that's your primary die. Shouldn't that like be what we do? I don't know. That like the first thing I thought of was that's going to immediately become a pain in the ass. Why wouldn't I just have one die be a different color? Is there any reason that we didn't just say that or offer that as a sidebar or something? Maybe that's in the GM book. I don't know. I see. It changes. Okay, because it changes the math with advantage or disadvantage. Got it. Now, Mr. Kiko says you can choose before you roll for tactical reasons. What does that mean? You're saying that because we reduce the lower dice from left to right before we pick the primary dice? Is that what you're saying? So, like, because if I roll... I see. If we just had a okay, never mind. I get it. If we had a different color die, then gaining advantage, let's say it's a D4, then gaining advantage wouldn't change our crit rate or our miss rate from 25% to 25%, right? But when we have advantage, potentially, since we're dropping the lowest die and we're going from left to right, the left die could be the one that would have been primary and would have been a miss. Now we drop it and we're more likely to have a high die and thus crit. Is that kind of what we're going for? Yeah, I got it. FL4G just said that. Okay, got it. You remove the lowest to the highest and then figure out which is the primary dice after removing the lowest from the highest. Makes sense. I just didn't think that was a situation where we rolled D4
tipped $10, shipping in for the chat. And Evan, can we please see high-level necrotic spells and THS Commander spell sword subclass?
Sure. Oh, by the way, before we get too deep into the woods on this, I am going to take a little bit of acetaminophen. Unfortunately, for those of you who don't know, I was in a car crash like 90 minutes before this stream started. And I'm very familiar with car crashes. Again, I worked at an insurance company for a long time, and I worked with injuries. And while I'm 99% sure I'm fine. You know, I still got, jostled. And whenever your brain gets jostled like that, you usually get some sort of very low level concussion, which usually represents itself as a headache. And I have a pounding one. But I took ibuprofen as soon as I got home. But then I had a backup pair of acetaminophen here, which I knew I was going to take in the middle of the stream because I figured we were going to go long. And for those of you who don't aware, that's a double combo. You can treat, they work on different paths. So you can take ibuprofen and like 2 or 3 hours later, you can take acetaminophen, and then 2 or 3 hours later, you can take ibuprofen again, and you can trade those back and forth. Not Tylenol, but, not aspirin, but Tylenol, aka acetaminophen. Damien, when it rains, it pours, my friend. When it rains, it pours. Yeah, it was a low-level collision. I'm gonna have to file a claim tomorrow, and my car was drivable. You know, I was stopped. They failed to stop and just crunched me from behind. Basically, ruined my rear end, bumper of my car. Hopefully, there's no real major mechanical damage, but it didn't seem to be anything major. Not that I'm an auto mechanic or anything. Okay, Edward wanted to see a bunch of stuff. Trying to get a lot out of his money here. What do we got here? Let me see. Chipping in for the chat and Evan. Can we please see high-level necrotic spells and this commander spell sword subclass? Okay. Sure. All right, we'll start with the necrotic, high-level necrotic spells. Okay. All right, so necrotic is our dark evil abilities. High level, we'll start here. Unspeakable word. 2 actions, damage D66. D66 with advantage, which means you're rolling D666. That is fucking awesome. That's awesome. Ignores armor, and it doesn't miss or crit. On a failed int save, target rolls with disadvantage if they're bloodied or frightened. On a success, if they save, you both take half of the damage instead, and you can upcast it, increasing the damage and the DC. And by the way, in case you weren't sure what D66 is, it means you're either going to do 11 at minimum or 66 at most. But because it's D66 with advantage, it's functional. It's like it's D660. It's not really D666, but it's like it's D666, which is awesome. Creeping Death. This is an AoE 3 action. Damage is 4d20. If this kills the creature, it violently erupts, and you must deal the same amount of damage to another
$10.
creature.
Okay, here's a bit more then. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Edward. I wasn't trying to fish for that, Edward. I was just saying, like, okay, we're getting another class and another spells and another thing. It's already 11 o'clock. And haven't I been through enough today? I'm just kidding. Thank you, Edward. I appreciate you. All right, so this basically, you want to kill a creature with it, because if you kill a creature with it, they blow up, and then you do it to another creature, and then you keep blowing them up until no creatures within reach. So it's not really an AoE. But the upcast is an additional D20 damage. So if you upcast this to tier 9 eventually, it's 6 D20 damage. Hopefully that has a good chance of killing creatures. This is a great reason to get everybody really low and then wipe them out with 1 creeping death. That's pretty cool. Let's take a look at Gangrenous Burst. This is a tier 5 one. It's another AoE, up to 8 away. Other damaged creatures must make a strength save or take 3d20 damage, which ignores armor, half on a save. You roll with disadvantage if you are bloodied. So I think this targets even your allies. Oh, yeah, core. The Creeping Death is great against minions, obviously. So, yeah, there's a little bit of danger here. You know, by the way, Creeping Death is the same way. You must deal the damage to another creature, which could be an ally. So, Necrotic is dangerous, right? It's gonna It's gonna creep. It's gonna creep and it's gonna gangrenous, which is pretty cool. Oh, this is neat. I love, one of the things that we always talk about, we struggle with certain games, and I love it when games give us stuff, are giving us knobs and levers. What can we play with? What can we mess with? We saw some of that with the Barbarian or the Berserker with wounds. Well, here we have a spell that is very powerful for its level. It's 4d12 to all adjacent creatures, and we heal. But in order to cast it, we gain a wound. And if the creatures live, we gain wound. If they make their saves, any surviving creatures make a strength save. And if they survive that make the save, we also gain additional wounds. So again, it's like, it's kind of like a fun lever that you get to play with, Very cool. Also, you notice that like all the damage is here. It's D12s, D20s, it's very, 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 very bloody, Very cool. And then the other class that we wanted to look at was the Commander, specifically the Commander Spellheart. Is that what I heard? That's a subclass, I'm assuming. Wait, is it two different classes? What are we looking at? The Commander? Someone said something about like a Spellheart. Oh, it's a story-specific class. Well, I didn't see that. By the way, I don't know if this is me, but I don't think this PDF has bookmarks. But I think it should. Got it. Extra subclasses. The Commander Spellblade. Got it. I see it here. Pivotal moments in a story. All right, cool. We'll go take a look at it. I just want to read this here. Sometimes the story you play takes a dramatic turn. All but one party member dies, or your patron betrays you. You save the life of a beast who refuses to take your side. These moments may call for an equally dramatic shift in the class you're playing, and thus a story-based subclass. Love it. Generally, these are not appropriate to pick at level 1, but potentially may be chosen at a different point with the campaign, replacing your existing subclass. These classes may be a bit more mechanically involved and better suited for experienced classes, but they're not necessarily more powerful. Okay, cool. Oathbreaker is obviously for a sworn, paladin who basically, loses their thing. Blackguard, right? This is what we would call it. All right, Spellblade. Well, right off the rip, that art is awesome. I mean, I love the helmet. I love the blades. I love the lightning effect. I love the armor. I love the highlighting, the edge highlighting. How many blades do you want? Yes, I want all of them. Very cool. Good job, Edward. By the way, I love these little icons that you have for your classes. It very much reminds me of the iconography that we saw from like Mythic Bastion Land, which I also love. All right. Well, we don't quite know what the Commander does, but we'll read. So does this actually explain how we became a Spellblade? No. It just says we became one. All right. Spellblade. Arcane command. Your focus on the arcane causes you to lose access to your weapon mastery and combat tactics. But you now gain int mana when you roll for initiative, and this is lost when unspent. All right, so we get mana, but only during fights. When you could choose a combat tactic or a weapon mastery, instead choose another commander's order or a tier 1 or lower spell from any spell school. Your commander orders are now also empowered with magical power. So Face Me becomes the Glimmering Decree. It's a reaction. After an ally within 12 spaces is crit, that enemy takes D8, strength times D8 radiant damage, ignoring armor, is pulled towards you and is taunted until you drop to 0 hit points. So it's like a 4E Paladin's what is it called? Divine Challenge, kind of. Which marked them and damaged them, but it didn't pull them. But hey. Move It becomes Born Upon the Wind. When you roll initiative, you may give yourself and an ally advantage to initiative, +3 speed, and the ability to fly. Then you can both fly. Okay. Hold the line becomes crystalline armor once per encounter as a reaction when an ally drops to 0 hit points. Once per day when an ally would die, for those 4E 4th edition fans. 4E Warlord fans, I should say. Command them to continue to fight. Set their hit points to 3 times your level. Additionally, they gain that many temporary hit points. Enemies who reduce this temporary hit point have their speed halved. What the fuck happened? This fucking class went into fucking Muso mode here. Did we get all of these? Oh, no, just the ones that we had. Flash Step. Command 1 ally to move up to their speed or 2 allies half speed for free. You may exchange places with one of them. I could do this all day. Now the Rising Phoenix. Once per action, when you would drop to 0 hit points, you may expend any number of hit dice, set your hit point to the sum rolled, deal that much fire damage to each enemy within 2 spaces of you, and become smoldering. Okay. Firebrand. When you roll initiative, you may cast Enchant Weapon for free. Then we get more spells and a utility spell as we continue upgrading this level. So basically, it takes a martial warlord and makes their abilities better and now more magical. And we can also get free mana and cast spells from any spell school. Is that, I got it right? Does that sound right? Now, here's what I'm curious. So we start with 1 tier 1 spell and 1 utility spell. Is that right? And then we get a tier 2 spell and a tier 3 spell and a tier 4 spell. So by the end of the game, our character would have 4 utility spells and 4 normal spells of up to 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? Is that how I'm supposed to read this? And they could be from anything. So obviously we don't have like a shitload of spells, but you know, we got 1 or 2 or 3. And what's interesting here is I wonder if you would ever pick a cantrip. I mean, you do get the mana for free, but you're not going to be able to cast that many spells, right? Now, these commander orders don't take mana, correct? They just take the replacement of what used to be our combat tactics and weapon mastery. Because we lose access to weapon mastery and combat tactics. You can get more tier 1 spells from not getting weapon traits. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I got you. Whenever you would choose a combat tactic or weapon mastery, instead choose a new commander order or a tier 1 or lower spell. Got it. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, that's very cool. I mean, the commander seems like it's pretty legit. Take care, Zen Bullet. No complaints there. Seems pretty cool. I mean, the classes seem great. Edward can't let me. Why just let me rest?
Edward tipped $10. Okay, last donation. I swear. Could we look at a legendary monster? I'd love to see your thoughts on them. I'm so looking forward to watching this video soon.
Legendary monsters. All right, we will do. Legendary monsters act after every hero's turn. This creates new tactical opportunities and options for the party and aids you in balancing an encounter. What if a mob of 100 commoners attacks the dragon? Does it get to move at light speed? This seems like because of 5th edition people. Like heroes, legendary monsters are advantaged and disadvantaged on saves. For example, strength ++ means roll with strength with 2 advantages. Bloodied, they all gain an additional dangerous ability when their hit points drop to half. And lastly, when they go to 0 hit points, instead of dying, they become dying. Or instead of being dead, they are dying, and they get dangerous new capabilities. They finally die only after a small additional amount of damage is done. The tide shifting back and forth in a legendary battle will help make it memorable. Optional actions. Each legendary monster can also have the default actions to cause fear or move players around instead of their listed attack. A great way to add drama or tune down an encounter that is too challenging, for example. Wind up or breathe in. Regain the use of a single use ability. Terrible roar or monologue or taunt. Creatures who must hear this must make a will save or are frightened. Toss around. Strength save or be moved, knocked prone, etc. Size up, spot weakness, pin them down. Dex save, or the next attack you make is with advantage and cannot be interposed. That's pretty cool. So again, these are just optional ways that, because you're going to get a bunch of actions. It's kind of like a very like Daggerheart way of approaching, like, how do we make this monster cinematic and dynamic and moving around and not just make it go damage, 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 damage. And maybe you do that a little bit as a soft fudge, or maybe you do it just because it's cool and cinematic and you really want to, you know, make it pop. Do we have, now, by the way, Vin, to your numbers go burr point, a level 20 medium armor legendary monster has 525 hit points. So there you go. For an easier encounter, use stats 1 or 2 levels lower. More challenging, 1 or 2 levels higher. Somewhat acceptable. And its attack is going to do, a big attack from them is going to do about 54 damage. All right. So here we go. This is Solo Dumb Ogre, Pudge the Blunderer. For a level 2 party, he'll have 75 hit points and medium armor. No need to stick strictly to the stat guidelines, though. His small attack hits for slightly less, but his big attack hits for slightly more. When he gets angry, or when he gets bloodied, he gets angry, and his dice size go up, increasing his damage and reducing his chance to miss. For his last stand, he becomes far more dangerous, moving and using his big attack each turn. Now, remember, we do have that generic list of, like, you can spend your actions to do cool things like, you know, give roars and toss people around and pin them to the ground. All right. After each hero's turn, choose to move and smack or to grab and throw. At bloodied, his damage goes to D12 plus 2. And when he is dying, when he's at 0 hit points, 20 more damage till he does. Until then, he can move 6 spaces and use grab and throw each turn. All right. So that's like a simple creature. Here's a owl bear. That's it. This is it for the owl bear. Brutal. Treat the highest die rolled as the primary die. On a crit, knock him prone. He's got 100 hit points. Bonus to strength save. No penalty. After each hero's turn, Savage Screech, Rend and Tear, or Beak, which lets him move and attack. Now, by the way, he can't just move. He can move and attack, but he can't move. At bloodied, his Savage Screech recharges, and at 0 hit points, they enter the last stand. 30 more damage, and then they die, but until then, all of the attacks become D10s instead of D6s. And remember, they're rolling 2D6, and they're taking the highest one as their damage. Do monsters and or legendary monsters, when they crit, do their crits explode as well? Or is that just a hero's thing? All right. Here is, I don't know, Jaraxxle / Artemis Entreri. All right. Monsters' crits explode. Minions' crits don't explode. Is that what I remember reading correctly? Or minions can't crit. Full stop, right? Hey, look. It's the one on the book. That's the name of the movie. Ravager of the Lowlands, a large manticore. Feral Instinct. Whenever it is crit, he can fly 10. So if you crit him, he can move away. After each hero's turn, choose to Venomous Stinger for a bunch of damage at reach 3. A shitload of damage at reach 3. Ravage for an attack but you can only use a Venomous Stinger once. Or Claw. Fly 10 and attack for less damage. At 65, his Stinger recharges. And at 40, At last stand, he has 40 more damage than he dies. Until then, the first time he takes damage each turn, he uses his move and claw ability. Very small. I mean, you got to love this. Here we have like a Drider Queen. Here is a massive Drake, Nalzar, the Apex Predator. Bane of the Forest, a floral dragon. Cool art. I love the art, by the way. All of these monsters are really beautiful. General Flameheart is a huge solo flame dragon. But all right, what are we doing here? Let's get up there. Titan of the Deep Woods. Ulvek, the Psionic Despot. Hey, it's a Beholder. We'll take a look at this. Level 12, Aberration, all teeth and eyes. Totally not a Beholder. Double bonus to int, double bonus to will. Level 12, 325 hit points. My plan's flawless. Dravik makes all saves with +1 advantage. On top of all this, attacks against him have disadvantage. Weakness. Taking more than 12 piercing or slashing damage, Dravik plans are flawed until the end of the next hero's turn. Cool. So hit him with piercing and slashing damage. His plans drop, and now you can attack him, and he doesn't get the triple bonus save. After each hero's turn, move 6, and then either use Eye Ray, range 10, randomly choose an Eye Ray, or Terrible Maw. 4d4. Every die can crit and is vicious. Now that is awesome. Making the Beholder's Mouth a dangerous attack is such a mood. It's such a strong vibe. And making it scary like that is awesome. The ability for this to go out of fucking control seems great, because this will either like pink them for a little bit of damage or just get crazy. And I love it. On a hit, dazed and swap. Permanently dazed. Healing ends, 3 stacks, petrified. Terror Ray, damage and frightened. Gravitational Ray, 2d6 damage and push them that far. Charm Ray, 2d6 will save, or you spend 3 actions attacking and moving with them. Death Ray, DC 16 strength or drop to 0 hit points. On a save, they still gain a wound. If a dying creature fails to save, they are dead. Very cool. We've got Aziriel, the Lord of Pain and Flame. It's a huge boiler feeling hot and spicy. Gloomwing, the Cruel. Alaric Dragoff, totally not Strahd. She who is, all right, here we go. Level 20 solo, world-ending cataclysm, 620 hit points. I'm going to have to agree with Vin here. If this thing isn't 999, come on. Why not? But awesome art, multiple hands, glowing light, very much End of God in space. Triple advantage saves to all. Heavy armor, taking no bonus to damage and half damage. 620 hit points. At the beginning of every round, all heroes suffer 1 wound. You, by default, have 6 rounds to kill this thing, or you die. Just straight up. 3 times per encounter, when she would suffer any negative effect, she can swap places with a creature of her choice, making them the target instead. But when she does this absolute bullshit, all heroes recover 1 wound. So a little bit of a saving grace. After each hero's turn, choose one that has not been chosen yet, and then reset once they've all been chosen. Wormhole, teleport 12 squares, 3d20 damage to a creature adjacent to where either you began or ended. Immensity, reach 12, DC 20 strength save, or suffer 3d20 damage and prone. Glimpse your end, DC 20 will save or doomed. Concentration ends. The next damage roll against you is maximized. So that is what doomed means. The next damage roll against you is maximized. Plasma Storm. DC 20 dex save or 2d20 lightning and 2d20 fire damage. Singularity, 5d20 bludgeoning damage. And the almighty push and pull. Be launched 20 feet into the air, rinse and repeat until the target saves. Fall damage for this is 1d20 for every 10 feet fallen. At 310 hit points, they gain gravitational mastery. They can move all objects and creatures within 16 spaces. Gravitational lensing. The hero with the most hit points is marked by Kaeris. She takes half damage from all sources. Her mark takes the other half. Finally, Once she reaches 0, she needs to take 200 more hit points until she dies. She uses Gravitational Mastery straight off. Until then, she chooses twice each turn. If still alive after 1 round, reset time, she resets back to full hit points. Now, when you get her to 0, you have 1 round to kill her and do 200 damage. If you don't, she resets. If you ever watched Rise of the Runelords AP, you'll know that we had a moment where the players got a boss monster down to 1 hit point, and then chat spun the Wheel of Pain, and the Wheel of Pain gave her a healing potion, or I'm sorry, potion of elixir, which reset the monster's hit points all the way back up to full. This is awesome. Now that is a level 20 ability. If she resets time and just resets, that's awesome. By the way, this is very similar. There's a Daggerheart monster that has a similar kind of ability. It's a multi-phase, really high level 10, level 12 or something monster. Has a similar kind of like, if the party can't beat her, it fills the clock and everybody dies, basically. Well, these are pretty sweet. And look at it. This is very compact. This is very compact. By the way, there is a, which game is it? Is it Fabula Ultima? There's some game that that basically says, like, when you're making your like end game boss monster. What game is it? Is it Fabula Ultima? It must be Fabula Ultima. But there's a thing where they go like, if you look at most of your unbelievable boss fights, the ones that stand out in your mind, you know, Zemerus, Kefka, Chaos, Sephiroth. When you really actually look at the monster's stat block line, it's really just a bunch of AoE damage. And occasionally like an attack that like reduces everybody to basically dead or near dead. And occasionally a single target, super high damage attack. That's it. That's all these monsters did. That's all Kefka did. That's all Sephiroth did. That's all whatever. You know, and you know what? They're kind of right, you know. Vin, who is of course the cynical, horrible person. I actually think the lower level monsters are too simple, but the high level legendaries are on point for the depths I'd want. It's hard for me to say. Like, I will say this. Like, this is probably a little, like, you know, you have this plus this. That's probably a little too simple for me, you know? So I will agree to that a little bit. But, you know, I like there to be, you know, at least one ability that makes it, you know, like stand out a little bit, you know, other than just it does damage, you know. Like this Goblin Taskmaster. I think this is a good example, right? It's going to feel like, you know, like it's got this meat shield ability, so it can force goblins to interpose for him, and then it calls a goblin minion every turn, you know. So I think this is really, this is a good little level of complexity for a level 2 monster, you know. So that's a good way to put it, Cinnabos. I think having that gray text on more monsters would be nice, but not awful. And to be fair, I mean, 5e monsters, I think, are very, very, very simple. So I'm not going to like poo-poo it too much, but yeah. Now, to be fair, level 2 gender, they took a different approach with their goblins. You know, it says here, you know, green, cunning, and thriving on the edge of chaos. They will mock you mercilessly if given the chance. So, you know, their idea of the goblin is more of one that's kind of like, you suck, you know, that kind of stuff. So I basically, I kind of like very basic, but I do like the ones, I would like to see monsters with the gray abilities more, and maybe even monsters that have like 2 gray abilities or 3 gray abilities, as we kind of, you know, not just at high levels, but even at low levels. So, like, I think this is fine. Like, this is a great, you know, gnolls get frenzy, advantage against bloody creatures. Okay, cool. Again, there's a balance, right? To being simple enough and not being too complex. I will admit, like nowadays, like with these games, part of the reason they got turned off is because of how complex the monster is. And I also love that there's no fluff in these fucking stat blocks. You know, I don't need to know what a troll's strength stat is. I don't need to know what skills it is. I don't care, you know? I'm well past that point. So yeah, I don't know. Art, amazing, by the way, just incredible. 10 out of 10. There's only a few pieces I've seen that I didn't like. And again, it's distinct. It's not just, you know, super over the top anime. It's not cutesy wootsy. It's appropriate. You know, it's fun and it's kind of fantastical and kind of fairy tale like, but it vibes really, really well. And even the different artists blend together, I think, in a pretty pleasing fashion. So very, 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 very good there. I just got my copy. Actually, I felt bad. So when we were at Gen Con, JP brought a backpack full of his Dragon Town and the Darkness Below, and brought it to hand out to people at Kelsey Dion's birthday. And he goes to give me one, and I go, no, I don't need one. And then everyone was kind of like, oh, damn, that's like so rude of you. And I was like, oh, no. Unlike the rest of you, I bought it. I paid for it. I have it being shipped to me as we speak. I gave him money for it. And he was like, oh, that's really cool. I mean, I love Toad. Obviously, I've done multiple streams on the Toad, which is really good. Obviously, Conan the Barbarian is one of my favorite films of all time, but I also love Conan the Barbarian as a novel. It's one of my favorite. I love not just the Robert E. Howard stuff. I love the ones from the modern era as well. Running the game, I've been a Matt Colville patron for several years. I love Justin Alexander's stuff. Mothership, great. These are okay. I know some people like them more than me. I don't know Forge of Foes. This is probably a little bit too. I haven't really kept up with Michael Shea's stuff here. Mastering Dungeons is a cool podcast. Mouse Ritter is very flavorful and charming. Yeah, this is a great list. I don't know Alpha Stream either. I'll have to take a look at that. Very cool. Also, Evan has a creator's kit. If you want to check that out for more information, get stuff about how to make stuff for this game. It has a friendly license. So very cool. Very, very, very cool. Well, this was really, really cool. I'm super impressed.
Edward tipped $58. Fuck it, Weeball. Thank you for taking a look at Nimble 2. I'm glad you liked it. I appreciate you and all of the to Evan and all of the Nimble Discord for really making this game sing. Watching it grow from the first PDF was incredible.
Yeah, Edward, Evan, Evan, you this is a great game. I really love it, and I don't see why I'm saying this officially. I don't see why anyone would play 5th edition if you have this game. There are other reasons to play other games, but I think this game is one of the most efficient and tightly designed games I've seen in a while. It does sacrifice some of the depth that some people want, some of the absurd levels of crunch, some of the 6 levels of meta currency that some people want, and sometimes that's me. It doesn't have, and to be clear, I don't think the game is narrativist at all. I don't think the game is really particularly deep on simulationism. There's a nod to, okay, you need a torch, but it lasts the dungeon or the part of big dungeon, which is fine, which is great. But, arrows, we assume you have them. There's a couple of things that are kind of gamey, that aren't really super simulationist because it works there's a nod to diegetic elements. But for the most part, it is, I think, extremely, extremely well done. And I think that most people are going to have a great time running this game. And I also think that the level of what I'm going to call fun, fiddly, tactical stuff is right at the perfect level. And I could see a lot of players really enjoying and vibing, with that stuff. So I'm going to say that it's worth, I was looking for my KOLC. There we go. Gets a KOLC approval there. And again, it's really gorgeous. The box set, I like that the core rules are separate. I like the heroes are in their own book. The GM book is the thickest. That's actually kind of nice. Maybe the hero book is a little thicker. No, GM book is thicker. And you get a starting adventure, and you get a GM screen. Now we can have more, which has got, it's not a whole lot of rules here, but it does have the chaos table, the aforementioned chaos table. I don't want to spoil it though, so we won't spoil it. So yeah, I give the game. Is there anything didn't I like? I thought the art was good. I thought the layout was good. I thought the design was good. I thought breaking stuff up was good. We looked at basically 4 classes. I thought they were all great. I love the spellcasting system. The mana system is very clever. I like the class-specific feats, whatever you want to call them, advancements. I've known I like that advantage. It uses language and terminology. It gets rid of pointless stats that I don't like. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give the game an A+. There's nothing about it that I thought was bad. I mean, does it do everything that I want a game to do? No, that's why I have different games. But yeah, again, I don't see why you would play 5th edition over this game. So I mean, and quite frankly, a lot of games. Someone said 13th Age or this. 13th Age is going to be a little bit more complicated, and 13th Age, you know, has things like the icon dice, and 13th Age has things like the generic backgrounds, and 13th Age has 10 levels, and some of those things are going to rub people the wrong way. It's adding more narrative in your game. I still think 13th Age is a game if you want to start dipping your toe into narrativism. This game is a trad 20 game, just done in a very tight package to get to the point, to give players cool little knobs and fiddly bits, and to get rid of one of the worst parts of the game, which is missing. I mean, you can still miss, but let's call it what it is. It's not likely to happen, you know? Yeah. Well, I don't even think it's simulation F20, KC Roberts. I think it's just gamey D20, you know? It's just like, let's sit down, let's have a fun game, let's experience the fun of rolling dice. And, you know, again, the Timmy wants to experience fun moments. This game's going to create fun moments. Big crits, crazy vicious hits, you know, fun moments where you cash in your dice and do really cool big things. But yeah, I mean, I really do think that this game, you know, would be one of my top picks for a F20 game. And I mean, I'm not even kidding when I say this game might go into my con bug out bag, because it's so simple to teach, and everybody knows how to play 5th edition and Pathfinder basically these days, or some sort of multi-action economy game. And my con bug out bag is just a bunch of games that I bust out and play with people. And usually those games are very simple because one sheet, I want people to be able to pick it up and play, like World of Dungeons, John Harper micro games. But sometimes I want something that's a little bit more, you know, in depth, you know? Level 2 Janitor says, there are so many games I want to try, but I know that to hit rolls would exhaust me. And this game clears that hurdle in a way that, like, Vagabond or Daggerheart, it doesn't. I love Fabula Ultima. I love Daggerheart. But I'm not going to lie, I kind of don't love that you miss. And I just played Fabula Ultima last week and was already kind of like, man, it's weird. It feels weird that this game has a miss. And yeah, you can spend Fabula points, which my players did, in order to try to turn misses into hits, which they did whenever they had the opportunity to. But eventually those Fabula points, that meta currency runs out. And yes, this game still has a miss, which gives you that little bit of like, but like missing 1 in 8 or missing 1 in 10 is more than acceptable, you know? Now, Fabula Ultima, you are right. I give it, the only reason I still love the game and play it is because your turns are so fast, you know? But that being said, even if your turn takes 20 or 30 seconds, you only get 1 action, and then your turn is over, and you missed, and you didn't do anything. So it can feel pretty weird, you know, again. And by the way, in most JRPGs, you don't miss. Not in combat, you know? So anyways, I thought the game was great. No notes. Now, we did hit our DTX goal, so DTX support fund. So for those of you who don't know, as I was trying to say, and one of the reasons why it's really cool that I'm looking at this game is 4 years ago, it was after COVID, so like 2021. 4 years ago, I ran a 5e campaign, but I originally was going to run, what I wanted to do is I said, this is actually true. I've run Keep on the Borderlands, like, I don't know, like 50 times for a bunch of different game systems, mostly, honestly, Dungeon World. And I never have run it to completion because most of the time I didn't get it done because it was either a one-shot or it was a multi-shot. It was very, very, very sporadic that I would play. And I played all the different caves and chaos and stuff like that, but I never ran it all the way through. And the times that we tried to play it in like a very minimalist games engine, like BXD&D, quite frankly, me and my group would get bored after, 4 or 5 sessions, of playing BXD&D. You don't really get a whole lot when you level up, or if you get anything, you just get more hit points and you die super easy. And it does get old. It gets old pretty quick. So I never ran BX. I never ran B2, Keep on the Borderlands, start to finish with one group. Never did it. Even though I'd run the module, like 40 times. I never run it start to finish. So I said, hey guys, I want to run B2, Keep on the Borderlands, start to finish. And I said, cool. And I was like, yeah, there's a bunch of games. I kind of want to merge into all of them. It kind of started with like 5 Torches Deep, which was like kind of an old school hack of 5e D&D. But I was like, but I want to add some torchbearer elements, and I want to take some optional rules, and I have a couple of ideas about like resource management. This was like back when I was thinking long before Draw Steel, when I've always said I wanted to combine 4th edition D&D with the Iron Heroes book that Mike Merles did back in like 2004. And so I was like, let me put all this game together, and I want to create like a cool dungeon exploration game with treasure for experience, XP, treasure from experience points from treasure, and blah, blah, blah. And I was going to do this. And then we kind of started to get the game rolling, and Smith, arguably my greatest friend of all time, was like, oh, I really want to play 5th edition. Like, I thought we were going to have like feats, and I was going to be able to be like a cleric and a fighter, because like I've been like running a 5th edition game for my family, and it was like kind of cool, and it'd be cool just to play D&D. And I felt bad, and like, I try to appease Smith because he's a good buddy of mine, and try to make him happy. And I said, fine, we'll jam 5th edition in there. And so I took all my like optional house rules, which was for a completely different system, and I jammed them in with 5th edition. And we created this monstrosity, which we named as a meme, Dungeon Time Extreme. And, it became a joke, obviously. Like, the whole game was very memey, but people had a great time with it and it was a lot of fun. And years later, or like, we played it, we beat it. We completed the Caves of Chaos. And that was the end. That was all she wrote. And then we went on to other games. And I joke that I ran 5th edition, but it was completely different. Well, anyways, people were like, oh, what were the rules? And I was like, I don't really know what the rules were. I was kind of making them up as we were going along. And it was such a mess of like, Derek has played 50 different rule systems, and this was my Frankenstein's monster. It was 2022. Okay. So I thought it was 2021, but it was 2022. Perfect. So 3 years ago. And I said, normally I say, no, I think game design should be like elegant, and we shouldn't just bolt random things onto a game system. This was me bolting random things onto a game system. All right. People were like, Derek, you should make it. And I was like, eh. And so Smith tried to make it but he completely redid it. It was like the spirit of DTX, not the actual rules, because no one really knew what the rules were. Maybe I did, but like I never wrote them down. Cut to 2025. Derek loses his job. And now I'm trying to make a living, and I need to figure out a way to make more money. And, I'm doing mine's very organic, word of mouth. I do these streams. I earn a couple $100 in tips sometimes, which is great. Sometimes I do a stream and we talk about something that's very niche and very unpopular. And I might only, I only might make, $20 or $30. But that's what I do. And I try to grow my audience and grow my Patreon, which is how I'm able to even attempt to do this, which is fantastic. Thank God. But it'd be cool to have a little bit of extra income, because I did lose a massive amount of salary when I lost my job due to being laid off. And I have a bunch of ideas for really cool things that I'm really super hyper passionate about, like Daggerheart. But these things are really complicated. And so I don't even know how the idea came up. Someone in the Discord was the idea about like just put something with 5e compatible on it was the joke. And I was like, well, the only thing I have that's 5e compatible was Dungeon Time Extreme. And they're like, you should do it. And I was like, but it was a meme. And I was like, well, Dungeon Time Extreme could work because it was a lot of fun and people had a lot of fun for it, but I'm not passionate about it the way that I'm passionate about like Daggerheart. It's more of just like a kind of like for funsies game. So to challenge myself, because I've never designed anything before, I thought what I would do is give myself just the end of the year and see if I could put together enough notes around Dungeon Time Extreme to try to make a game. And maybe let some people play test it, and maybe even, who knows, kickstart it if it's something that actually is reasonable. Now, to be clear, I have no idea how good the game will be. It'll be fun. I don't know how good it will be. Will it be as awesome and elegant as this? No. But can I offer something new and call it 5e compatible? And that was kind of where this joke came from, because I was like, let me look at some of these 5e compatible games and see how far people could actually push it. FL4G, by the way, thank you so much, says, can I just use this to offset Edward's next donation and tell you to go to bed and deal with your headache? Well, FL4G, I kind of don't want to go to bed, because I want to give myself at least a good 12 hours, because to make sure that I don't have any hematomas or sublingual hemorrhaging or subungual, hemorrhaging or any of that stuff. But, so obviously with a name like Dungeon Time Extreme, it's probably not going to be a super cozy game. But the distinct difference between Dungeon Time Extreme and Nimble is Dungeon Time Extreme was designed with Dungeon World, the PBTA game, as one of its influences, because I hate rolling dice as the GM, and also I hate when nothing happens, when null results happen. Now, to be fair, Nimble did a great job of that, of mostly eliminating that through misses really rarely happen. But to be clear, when you make a normal D20 roll in Nimble against a skill DC of, say, 12 or 16, you might still just fail. And the game isn't necessarily giving you any particular advice. There's no GM makes a hard move type language, which is fine, which is the game it's trying to be. I'm simply saying that as for me, when I'm in the game master seat, my natural inclination is to want to do that. I don't like the null result, and I try to avoid it as often as possible. So yeah, and there was also some changes, like the original DTX was a full theater of the mind game, and I understand that that is very off-putting for a lot of people. So my idea is, can I take some of the learnings and lessons that now since 2022, when we played Dungeon Time Extreme, there have been a lot of cool games that have come out that I really, really like Fabula Ultima and The One Ring and the Old World, Warhammer the Old World, and now Nimble, which is great. So, basically, can I steal from all my favorite games and make something that is 5e compatible, that is good enough and fun enough that people might find a reason to want to play it? And if so, can I use it as an experience to learn more about game design? I've never called myself a game designer. And to be clear, what I'm describing in this Frankenstein's monster isn't really game design, if I'm being honest. It's more of I don't know, patchwork. But it gave me an excuse to learn the tools of the trade in design and stuff like that, and try to figure that out. So I'm a mixologist, a game mixologist. Was the name inspired by MXC? No, the game was primarily the name was primarily inspired by Wormhole Extreme, which was a joke show from Stargate. It was their 100th episode, and they have to make up a fake show to explain the Stargate program, and they're going to name the show Wormhole Extreme, and the show is about what they actually do, which means no one will actually believe that's what they do, which is go on wormhole adventures to other parts of the galaxy. And so it was a play on Wormhole Extreme. It's also a play on Crime Time, motherfuckers. Anyways, outside of that, it's just an amalgamation, right? It was a Frankenstein's monster. But I think it could be fun, and it could be an interesting project for me. And I'm hopeful that I can learn something from it. And who knows, maybe it gets to a point where it's actually good enough that we can put it up, and maybe it makes $20,000 or $30,000, and that would be pretty sweet. And quite frankly, between me and you, would make a big difference to my bottom line. As long as I don't get killed on it and lose a ton of money, it would make a big difference to my bottom line for my ability to continue to do this into 2026, which is to say, be a content creator for a living, right? So yeah. Now I know that Nimble, I think it raised maybe $250,000 or something like that. That's awesome. But I am under no delusions about anything like that. It's more of like, hey, can I cover the cost of my printing and you know, maybe put something in people's hands and make a little bit of extra money that I can use to afford health insurance or something, you know, which I think will be a lot of fun. So, and yeah, and I'm going to be tapping into my Patreon. This is going to be not a communal effort. I don't want to have like 17,000 cooks in the kitchen. But you know, I want to do rapid development, which is not what I normally do. I normally agonize and agonize and agonize and agonize and agonize. So this is going to be, but again, I'm a little bit more like lackadaisical about it. It's almost like something where I'm like, throw it at the wall, see what sticks. And I'm not as concerned about making it elegant. Like, for example, what Evan did with this game is very well designed. The level of elegance here clearly shows that a lot of care and attention was put into the game, and I really respect that. So, but yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do, because I have all the time in the world, and you know, in the next 3 months, October, November, December, I'm going to one con, PAX Unplugged, at the end of November. So I basically have like, and, you know, and the deadline is not like hard. It's not like I'm going to shoot myself if I don't make it January 1st. But you know, it's the winter time. I'm not as active in the winter time. So yeah, I have all this time. I have this opportunity. I'm going to the gym more. Good, right? But you know, what can I do to express myself and be more creative? You know, great question. Great question, CD8 Demand. What is next for Nimble, Evan? I'm curious myself. I know that people were saying there's a bunch of stuff in playtesting. Is there another Kickstarter coming? Is it just going to be releases from here on out? You know, I'd be curious to know. The people want to know. Yeah, I mean, also Curio, you know, it might be a cool way for other people to learn. Obviously, I stream a lot of stuff. I'm very open. Have a lot of candor. I talk about my failures and my misgivings and my problems and my setbacks, and you know, I'm pretty happy to do that. So I'm not necessarily saying I'm going to literally live design the whole thing. I think that would get tedious for everybody. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like trying to learn what's going on. Also, I have great resources. You know, I'm friends with people like Stephen Glicker, who's like, you know, one of the most pro game designer layout people ever. You know, and I'm Mark Seifter and stuff like that, and other game designers. But you know, I don't want to bother too many people from that respect. Yeah. So that's kind of where we're going to go, and you know, go from there. So B says the game design for Dragontide has been some of my favorite streams lately. To be fair, that's more board game design than role-playing game design. So I actually do think I would really not call myself a TTRPG game designer by any stretch of the imagination, but I would call myself a board game designer, you know? So there we go. Evan is working on new classes, new monsters, and new adventures through their Patreon. So if you want to support Evan, go sign up for the Nimble Company Patreon. If you want to support Knights of the Last Call, sign up for our Patreon, patreon.com/Knights of the Last Call. You could also subscribe. You could support us on Twitch. We didn't stream on Twitch today because I got a new system and I got to set this up. Also, I am going to be kicking off some Final Fantasy Twitch replays. Final Fantasy Tactics is on the docket, but originally we were going to play Final Fantasy 1 first. And I kind of want to play Final Fantasy 1 because I've been talking about it a lot lately in the Patreon Discord. And it's a fast game, relatively speaking. So those aren't going to be here on YouTube. YouTube is going to stay TTRPG focused. So make sure you're following us on Twitch if you want to see us streaming some games over there, playing some video games. I don't think I've played a video game, honestly, in 10 years. Like with a controller, I mean. Like I played like Warhammer Total War a bunch, maybe like during COVID. And I played some Arena, Magic the Gathering Arena. But in terms of like with an actual controller in my hand, I have. In fact, I had to buy a controller because I didn't have one. So yeah. So anyways, we're going to be controllering it up. It's going to be crazy. And of course, we're going to continue to do more first looks. We're going to talk more about Shadow Dark via our project Shadow Deep. We're going to talk more about Daggerheart and some of the cool ideas that we still have around that. The plan, in theory, is to still play Daggerheart. But like I said, we did lose a member of our party, and we were only at 3 people. So we got to decide, like, are we going to play with 2 people? Do we try to find a third? Who would that third person be? Yada, yada, yada. There's some setbacks there. So cool stuff coming. And, of course, all of our usual nonsense, crazy streams and all that other stuff. But, yeah. Well, thank you, everybody. This was awesome and took a lot longer than I thought. But, hey, at least I didn't pass out and start dying on the stream. And you know what? What a great way to turn a crappy day like getting rear-ended into a fun experience for everyone. So thank you so much to a huge litany of people, especially to Edward, who just tipped an unbelievable amount tonight. Definitely deserves their spot in the Hype Boss. But thank you so much. But thank you for the gifted subs from Roman. Thank you, FL4G, Edward, a bunch, Sebastian, the Self-Confessed Cynics, and Damien for their re-ups. Agile Monk, Level 2, Araxis, Thaddeus, GM Scott, Jackal Torn, Clobster, Icamo Sorrell, Jonas for 5 gifted subs, Dane Patterson, and Dr. D Hart, who kicked us off with 6 months because I had to go play Daggerheart. So thank you so much to everybody. Super special shout out for Edward for the incredible support. I really appreciate all of you, and we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace out, everybody. Good night.